Macheroni, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, President of Afasa Agm, CEO of staff, lifetime president of Afasa, the Minister of the Department of Agriculture already. Minister of Police, Minister of Water and Sanitation, KZN MEC of Agriculture and Reform, KZN MEC of Economic Development and Development Policies, the Free State MC of Agriculture and Rural Development, traditional leaders present, former Constitutional General, members of the NEC of Afasa, commodity groups of Afasa, distinguished guests, members of Afasa, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. There are three colleagues who are going to be facilitating this session in order for colleagues to refer to me by name or who is in front of them. Standing in front of you is Bonani Nyolo from the National Agricultural Marketing Council. I've requested by Afasa to be part of colleagues who are going to facilitate this session. Are the colleagues and members of Afasa for KZN here? Are we here, KZN? Is Mumalaga here? Wonderful. Is KZN here? Is the Free State here? Are you here? Is the Northern Cape here? Northern Cape, this is surprising. Wonderful. Is the Eastern Cape here? Is Southern here? Is the Western Cape here? Thank you very much. Events of this nature are supposed to be opened in a way that invites the powers to be part of these engagements. At this point, I would want to check whether Ubabumbata is in the audience. Babumbata, please come to the front so that you can report this engagement to the powers and ask that they be with all the delegates. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. President, dignitaries that are here, government leaders, members of parliament, councillors, leaders of commodities, farmers, and people who are like myself, who have nothing to show. Thank you very much for the occasion that we can dedicate ourselves to our God Almighty. I'm going to read Zechariah 10, and I'm going to read the 10th verse. 10, 11, 12. Now, because of our limitations as Africans, we come from a background where we were allowed ourselves to
only communicate when our subscribers can hear what we are saying. Ngiyawabuyisa ezweni laseGibhithe nafuthe e-Asiriya. Ngibangenise ezweni lakwaGiliyadi naseLebanoni. Abayikutholelwa ndawo. Bayawudabula olwandle lokuhlupheka. Kushaywa amaza olwandle. Nezinto zonke zeNile ziyawukoma. Kwehliswe ukuyiphakamisa kwe-Asiriya. Isuka intonga yaseGibhithe. Ngiyawubaqinisa kuJehova bahambe egameni lakhe, usho uJehova. Ngalamazwi, we understand a few things. God's promise is that he will restore us to our land. We will be restored. There may be a lot of wranglings and uncertainties about structures and about programs of government, about constitutional issues and clauses, grandfather clauses, and whatever else. God will restore us to our land. There is a possibility that when people are stressed and desperate, they begin to disagree among themselves. They could even hate their brothers and sisters. Remember this. God's promise is that he will restore us on our land. God's justice endures forever. Please do not understand our lives to be beginning and ending with our current constitutional dispensation. Do not understand our lives and our grandchildren's lives to be beginning and ending with our current problems that we are dealing with on land. God's justice, he will restore Africa for Africans. We read about this story where God promises that the best grazing areas of the hill country will be grazed again by livestock of his people. God's promise is that Africa will again rise and feed Africans, and Africa will rise and be a place of justice, a place of plenty. There will be no hunger, there will be no strife, there will be no injustice or oppression. God's promise is restoration. Believe you me, God promises you that you will be restored. Please do not focus on the current issues in front of you. We are talking about the God of justice, who will restore his people and will make them proud again as we were created proud. Father, we thank you. You are the restorer of your people. You are a God of justice. Father, we pray and thank you, and we praise your holy name. It is your name that Africa will be restored. There will be no hunger, there will be no wars. Father, we thank you that you want to bless Africa, that again, the mineral resources of this continent and the cultural resources of this continent, the fertile lands will be plowed by Africans, and food will be produced for Africans. Food will be produced for the whole world. Again, the whole world will focus and will compete to get to this continent. Use it to achieve the objective of justice in South Africa. Amen.
Enkosi Tata Mfundi, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. At this point, I would want to give to my colleague to do an introduction of herself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The protocols have been observed. My name is Nono Sekgoto. I am a commercial farmer from Free State, and so I'm happy to hear that there was a loud voice coming from Free State. And this is just to be part of the MCing today. I am very, very excited to be here today to really be and represent young farmers. I'm no longer young, but I'm always young at heart. And of course, I would like to just introduce our first program for today. We've had our opening, and so now if we could have our official welcome summary of the AGM resolution, and that was from yesterday's proceeding. If the new chairperson of Afasa and chair of AFDA, please could you join us?
We have been advised, sincere apologies, that we need to have a safety video played before we can proceed. And I think some advice has to be taken. This venue is too big not to take the safety precautions. At this point, can we have the colleagues play the video?
Welcome to the Durban ICC, where the world meets Africa. As a leading world-class events facility, we make your safety our number one priority. Please give us your attention for a few minutes and give you some important health and safety information. As the Durban ICC is a public space, please remember to keep your personal belongings safe and with you at all times. We have many bathrooms for you to use around the venue. They are clearly marked in the foyer and concourse areas. The Durban ICC is a smoke-free building, but we do have clearly marked smoking zones outside the main entrance and in the courtyards opposite the concourse. Please make use of these areas and the ashtrays provided when you smoke. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial the emergency number 031 360 1111 for assistance. The Durban ICC has developed a very simple emergency evacuation plan that everyone must be familiar with. Our staff are specially trained and will be there to assist you in following this plan. In the event of an evacuation, an announcement will be made to leave the venue. Please remain calm and walk swiftly to the nearest emergency exit in the concourse area. These exit doors are clearly marked. Security guards and the marshals will also help direct you out of the building. Please do not use any lifts or escalators in the event of an emergency. Once outside, you will be directed to the nearest assembly point by the marshals for your safety. Please wait at the assembly point until the venue has been cleared and the marshal means it's safe for you to return to your seats. Thank you for your time and enjoy this event.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, we'll then get Ubaba Uduma to do the official welcome remarks. Babu Duma, let's give him a round of applause as he's come to the...
Thank you so much, Program Directors, for affording us this opportunity. I'm realizing this mic is designed specific for, but I'm not going to go to detail for now. Let me acknowledge the presence of the Minister Ubabu Pindosi, who's responsible for protection in the country and law enforcement. Honorable Ndosi, you are recognized and you are welcome into your own province of KwaZulu-Natal. Let us also recognize the presence of the DM Ubabu Skwacha Dart. Welcome in this province of KwaZulu-Natal, and we are just going to proceed and contribute positively, also representing the minister. Let us welcome and also thank the Afasa President, Babu Mthembu, for gracing our shores and taking this AGM and this conference or this summit to be in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We feel blessed. Let us also recognize the presence of the Speaker of eThekwini, Ubaba Uthi Nyawose, siyabonga kakhulu. Let us also greet all the distinguished guests present today. Kunenkosi yesizwe, kusimalinga ndabezithu. Siyabingelela kakhulu. We also recognize all the stakeholders present today. Program Director, let me first appreciate as the province of KwaZulu-Natal the gesture by the leadership of Afasa towards this impressive event in our beautiful province. We are indeed honored by the convergence of a multiplicity of stakeholders with keen interest in the growth and development of agricultural sector enterprise. Indeed, it is critical that Afasa remain the epitome of an advocacy organization seeking to advance the issue of socio-economic transformation of the industry, which is why, Program Director, I'm not going to be the most popular MEC in this august house because I'm just going to deep into deeper analysis of where we are as African when it comes to this sector, which is so scientific in character. Uma ngenzeka ukuthi ngiye kahambi indosi ngikebhula amanxeba seniyosala nithunga ke no deputy minister, it will be your assignment. I'm not here for that. But mine is to ensure that at some point in time, we must address the imbalances of the past because there are some realities. I'm glad Babu Karan is also amongst us. We are also recognized. Someone who's given an assignment, who's having a biggest feedlots in the country. So I think it is critical because agriculture is about networking. I don't know whether we've not introduced the DG, the HOD of KwaZulu-Natal, Ubabu Udlamini, you are recognized, and all other officials present. Ngiyabona khona Nobaba, former SG, Ubabu Pald, we are recognized. I think this table is critical. It is going to serve as the guidance, and that is where we are going to take some of the strategic wisdom from them. I was still highlighting, Ndosi, that in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, in the province of Eastern Cape, Free State, Mpumalanga, when it comes to beef industry, 65% is found amongst Africans. But out of that stock, almost only 25% reach the market because they will grow their win. They will go into producing good bulls, trained genetics, they will grow the trained ones. But when it comes to the competitive edge, they then get the similar kgs that's paid coming from commercial farmers. So you are not guaranteed. You can just go into the auction with your nice winners, but you might not get the similar prices coming from the commercial farmers. It is the imbalance that has been created forever. At some point in time, just emphatic on the point that has been raised by Ushandu, that the issue of land is something that is still sensitive in our country. Those who have it, the government has not realized the understanding and the trust that in the apartheid regime, when you are in farming, there were subsidies, there were a lot of protection from government. So it was going to be easy for you to be involved in the entire value chain. Having a lease from Dart, Babu Skwacha, even 1,700 hectares, if government is not going to buy you a stock, they implement, it's a futile exercise because you can't compete. Because when it comes to a bank, as a farmer, you still have to produce the collateral. If farming is a very scientific field, which requires the proper broad understanding from government. So I think this, if we are going to debate and analyze those things, then we are going to converge and harness. Otherwise, we'll always come here, lament, and not going to compete. Because we have Ubabu Karan and we must just be prepared. Is he enticed enough? If we are producing probably 280 kg of a winner, would you take with a proper primary payment that you also give other commercial farmers? Those are the bare naked truth that we must debate. Then if not, then it means that there is no understanding or association or partnership that we must talk on. So I think as we welcome you today, just go into robust and candid debate. What would it take for African farmers to play a role? There was once an opportunity that was advertised or that was suggested by our government of us importing the beef industry in particular to China. But how many of you here who are producing were able to partake and participate in that? But on the same principles, if Dlamini, Mkhize, Radebe, Mkwena is able to produce a nice Bonsmara bull with all the genetic portraits, are you able to invest in that bull, or you want a discounted price because it's produced by Mkwena? But when it comes to Up George, it's easy for you to pay 200,000. If it's flagged, it's easy for you to pay. So if it's AG, Acadia, you are able to pay 300,000, 400,000. When are we going to invest in our own, develop them so that at some point in time they could compete? I think it's a sharp sword. Where we are the majority in this country, but we don't think the investment, if you find a nice 3-in-1 cow produced by Duma, you will have some things, or you will have some reservations and skeptical to spend. I think now is the time that Afasa must embark on that strategy. It is also critical, President, the understanding at this point in time. What is Afasa? Is Afasa like a character portrait like Kosatu, where you will have commodity affiliates inside of Afasa that must play a critical role, or do you just want to compete on your own, discard other commodities? Then Afasa is not going to grow. I think you still have to emphasize that environment, understand it nicely. Because I think you all understand the reality is that Africans must still embark on a strategy of finding our identity first. You will find that, let's take, for instance, the taxi industry. It is a genuine concept that comes from Africans. But whether it was supported nicely or whether it has been characterized or structured nicely is the debate that is critical for it, for sustainability and being involved in the value chain. So let us support Afasa, but Afasa must get nice, proper footing, and also design a methodology of Afasa being that we can also all support. So I think it is critical at this point in time. Emanating from the last general household survey, GSS in 2021, it is further encouraging that the number of agricultural households in the province of KwaZulu-Natal increased from 19% to 21.6%. Data from Census of Commercial Agriculture shows that the total number of farms involved in the commercial agriculture industry was 3,103 in 2017. The largest proportion of farms was in livestock farming, 34% of the total data, following by growing cereals and other crops, 31.2%. Accordingly, the livestock focus on the province is informed by the rich endowment in natural resources that lends itself for the development of this sub-hub. It is also shown that the total income of the commercial agriculture industry in KZN was 34 billion, and the major contributor to total income was livestock production. I've already highlighted some, which comprise of 45%, followed by growing of cereals and other crops, 27%, and mixing farming, 18.6%. In terms of employment, the major commercial agriculture activities growing of cereals and other crops, 39%, followed by farming of animals, which is comprised of 29.3%. It is critical at this point in time, as participants, as actives, and as farmers, we just have to develop, because when we're in conclusion, Honorable DM, there is a dichotomy as well. You'll have a commercial farmer at the top, and then there are those that are not definitive analyzed correctly. The emerging farmer, someone with 200 to 150 stock, with a farm that is leased on your department, whether the government is want to partake or not. So I've already spoken about that. Then you've got communal farmers. It is difficult for government at this point in time. How do you ensure that you drive a proper strategy of ensuring that it's easy for you to be converted of being a communal farmer into a commercial farmer, starting from the middle process of an emerging farmer? All those things must still be debated. I think government is waiting for you to shape a policy. I'm sure you are all aware that your Grain SA in South Africa currently are the one that is driving the policy. Your Agri SA. I think now is the right time that as Afasa, just make sure that you claim your space. You make sure that you are structured correctly so that you are going to be a proper advocacy group that is going to lobby and advance the understanding of government, so that when we appropriate budget, it is designed in such a way that it is going to be materially convincing the environment and enhancement of developmental pattern for the development of agriculture in South Africa, for Afasa, for Africans in particular who are partaking in journey. Welcome to all in KwaZulu-Natal. Make this a very productive and a very excellent exercise. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you, MEC Duma. Very inspiring words. And just to take one thing out of that, there's a lot that needs to be done, and Afasa still has a long way to go. But I think what's important, and what I would like to kind of take out of that, is that for Afasa to be what it really should be, it needs the participation of all its members. I think that's something that's very important. It starts with the members from the grassroots going up, not necessarily the other way. So participation is very big. Thank you, and MEC Duma, if you could also come back and come and introduce our Minister, General Bheki Cele, we would appreciate that.
I thought Minister Bheki Cele is amongst the most popular known minister in South Africa. He grew up in Mzumbe. He is a former pedagogist or a teacher by profession. He grew up in the place of Lamontville. He has served in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. He is a former chairperson of a eThekwini region. He is a former MEC of transport in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. He has served as a PC member, currently served as an NEC member in the ANC ruling party. He has served in different portfolios nationally. He has served as well in this Department of Agriculture as a deputy minister at some point in time. He has served as a general commissioner of SABS at some point in time. He is currently Minister wamaphoyisa ngqongqoshe Ntosi. Ulindiwe abantu ukuthi uzokhuluma nabo. The platform is yours. Let us welcome Ubaba Undosi. Thank you so much.
Ngiyambona Undosi. I'm sorry, I just thought because our MEC Siboniso Duma will be leaving shortly, there is another critical engagement that he would need to attend. So I thought maybe let me just quickly take an opportunity just to thank him for welcoming us, but most importantly for the contribution and the challenge that he's living with us as we proceed moving forward. He's a very dedicated MEC with a great interest of seeing transformation in the economic space. MEC Duma, thank you so much for making time in your very busy schedule to come and grace this occasion. And we wish you well as you're going to proceed with the other issues of significance of making sure that you level the playing field for the farmers and for the country to be at a better stage. And may you have a great day, and thank you so much for coming through.
Siyambonga uNdosi omusha. Toshinto yakhe. Kunetape la. Manje asazi noma iyaziwa yini. Okay. Sanibona, good morning. Sanibona ekhaya. Sanibona eThekwini, sanibona KwaZulu-NATAL, sanibona Free State, sanibona eMpumalanga, sanibona Northern Cape, sanibona Eastern Cape, sanibona Western Cape, sanibona eMzansi wonke. Live President Gideon Morole, the Deputy Minister Tatu Squasha Lamin, Siboniso qeda ukuphuma la Duma President Babu Mthembu, Chair and CEO SAFTA Dr. Madlala. Angimbonanga bathu khona kodwa ule hotel former statistician. Danke baba, danke. Danke from SG. But inosingaye nje ngoba nasibala nje but mangeke ama-farmers phela ayikho into esiyizele la sanibona bosingaya abanini bendaba the real owners of the process, the day and why are we here today. Just the opportunity to be here. Sometimes you just wonder why Minister Mapoisa will be going to all these things. Thank you once again, Mongameli, for the invite to address this event hosted by your association that for the past 10 years been unapologetic about its agenda advancing the participation of African farmers in the agricultural sector. I think this participation, maybe we'll have to unpack that term one day, participation, or we're walking along this issue. We'll have to really, are we participating, are we there, are we walking along, are we growing or permanently growing? The agribusiness and ecotourism are some of the most critical sectors in the country that present opportunities to significantly grow our economy and create jobs. It is on that score that the government is alive to the fact that the activities in this sector must be conducted in a safe and secure environment. However, all of us gathered here can agree that a holistic approach, which includes collaboration between government, private sector, and civil society, is critical in achieving this. Of course, effective policing is a key component to the rural safety, but it is only one part of the solution. Other places of the puzzle include rural development, education, improvement of socio-economic status, and accountability by all government departments. Critical piece is the active community involvement, essential for the protection of rural communities. This is why that South African Police Service has adopted an efficient and integrated policing approach aiming to optimizing service delivery in rural areas. In October 2019, in Limpopo, as a police minister, I launched the reviewed National Rural Safety Strategy. It was always clear that police were never going to do it alone. Key role players in the agricultural sector, including the association pledge, supporting and commitment to becoming part of the implementation of this country. Communities were also mobilized through the implementation of successful communities policing strategy, which involve all members of the rural community. Allow me to remind this meeting of the cornerstone that National Rural Safety Strategy stands for. 1, build effective capacity and capability in the rural areas. 2, improve accessibility to policing, investigation and service delivery to rural community to create safe and secure rural environment. 3, improve clear and responsive governance in rural areas that encourages rural safety. 4, enhance awareness of rural safety in all rural areas. Mobilize communities to support enhanced safety and secure in the rural and rural-urban environment. Improve organized crime threats assessment in rural areas and monitor and evaluate the implementation of the rural safety. One of the major assessment of the crime and threats where we come from are relationships of the communities around where you come from. When we look at the conflict, murder, and all things that happened in the farming community, by the way, that's a term that we want to use when we deal with policing in the Metro Tool. We deal with farming communities. From the side of media and other people, when they talk about trouble and problem in the farm, they talk about the murder of farmers. And usually that will be white farmers. And don't talk about the farm workers, farm dwellers, and farm communities, which most of the time when you see at the conflict, it comes exactly from that people are not dealing with the situation of stability around the communities that are there. So it is important, President and all of us, to work on these relationships. Or communities and ordinary communities, they found themselves put on the back foot and they are robbed their own livelihood because of the new developments around there. We talk about farming and we talk about ecotourism that also includes farming. There is some instability around the eco farming and tourism farming that will find around lodges and places like Kruger National Park. And when you try to find out what's the reason, the instability is caused by the relationship that will be between the established business there and the communities around there. So it's important that we all work on that. But also important that we work on the relationships of the farmers, farming community, and the workers. When you go to places like in Newcastle, go Nomadin, and you listen, you find that there is no proper relationship that is created between farming community, farm dwellers, farmers and workers, and the farmers themselves, especially the big established farming around that. So it's important for you to grow that this stability is created. One other stability that will create is that you grow and find yourself getting established financially and otherwise. Don't be the people that you walk along the wealth of farming community and you call yourself farmers when you walk along. Babu Mthembu, if one had time, I would have loved, because I'm sure the people who brought here are farmers, I would love just to visit along and see what do we mean by farming from the people that are sitting here. Or are the people ababekelwe ukhala nje ukuthi abanye abantu bayafama nabo bayabona ukuthi kufanele ukuthi sibe nje ukuze sifame kunokuthi nibe ama-farmers niyahala. Sector and the government will have to do better. Babu Squasher, when I remember, as you drive from here to Maritzburg, kunendawo la, a cattle ridge, where there's been a big industry ye poultry. Kwakuthiwa kwa Rainbow. I just wondered and I still wonder why that place was not taken by yourselves, rather shutting down and converting it ukuthi kube izindlu. Why that industry could not replace lezi inkukhu ezivela phesheya ongazi ukuthi inkukhu ezikhuliswe ubani ezinamathanga angaka nezifuba engaka, instead of you producing chickens that we know where they come from, and those chickens, they are helping us. Not only that, they are helping the communities around there, Cattle Ridge, Hammersdale, and Mpumalanga, to continue to work on those spaces. So government and the industry will have to seize these opportunities. For me, it's painful to drive that area and see that housing development at the expense of the open market, because for me, that was an open market to be run by yourselves. But here we are today. Secondly, Babu Mthembu and the government, Babu Squash, don't let the African farmers to be front. There is a huge thing called, I think it's called a daybreak. Chickens somewhere, is it Mpumalanga? Delmas. But when you go there, you realize it's alcohol. Ubuso umnyama la, business emnyama. Ubuso. Kunabantu bangale, abanifaka benikhipha. But the real stuff, something that you go proud until you hear the real story in Tambama, which what you saw is not it, must come to an end, this kind of front. That's why I asked, are you participating while you're walking along? Thirdly, we've been raising this thing of agribusiness. We're working along this thing of beginning to create your own chains. Watshala ama-aphula, uwavune emhlabeni wakho, uwafake efactory yakho, uproduce ujuice wakho, uhambise. Yonke leyo nto yenziwe. This chain is still refusing to be created for us and be created by us. That's why we are walking along, because we are not participating in the whole chain going forward. Those things will create safety. Those things will create stability in the industry. You'll be part of industry, and therefore you will find yourself participating on your own thing, defending and creating stability and secured environment on that. I agree. Police will do their work. Police will do in arresting thieves as a stock theft. By the way, I-stock theft isikhule kakhulu eGauteng. Mangibuza ukuthi ntshontshwa eGauteng kuthiwa ntshontshwe inkukhu. Anyway, sakhula zintshontsho inkukhu. Bengazi ukuthi kusekhona amasele inkukhu. One last thing I would love to say to create safety. If we don't deal with the matter of land, Babu Squatch, there shall be no stability here and there shall be no growth. Ngizwile kuthiwa khona lo yakhona ngoDisemba ngazi kuthiwa ninomhlangano omkhulu kuphi Squash ngala ko Nazareth. Le umhlaba kuzofanele siyilungise kuzofanele siyisothe. Kuzofanele siyisothe le umhlaba because for us to be farmers fanele besemhlabeni wethu or besemhlabeni owaziyo ukuthi awuzususwa kusasa uniwe umhlaba where you are beginning to establish yourself for growth. Kufika umnikazi womhlaba ubolekile athi usecela umhlaba wakhe ucela nenkomo zakho nenkukhu zakho. That's what happens here. And that creates instability. And those people, they come back and fight at night who you chase them during the day. La kwi-farming silwa izimpi zokungezwani phakathi of-established farmers nama-farmers amancane nama-farm dwellers nama-farmers nama-communities aphila kulo mhlaba. You can't have umuntu onenkomo ezu-20,000 bese kuthiwa wena ungadluli ku-10. Just somebody is having 200 next door wakho kuthiwa wena ungadluli ku-10 because uqeda amanzi akhe. So those are the things that we'll have to deal. I didn't know ukuthi amanzi ane-license of somebody ohlala eSandton, but when you've bought a place without amanzi, but amanzi are owned of somebody who stays in Sandton. So those are the things that we'll have to really fix. But we want to make a call of working together on this safety rural strategy. We will be increasing, as we have done, the visibility of police. We will be increasing on refocusing our station and policing in the rural areas. Those that come from South Coast, they know good in the station to Semtsinsin, Mtwalum. Leso station Skatumoba. It's got nothing to do with the communities, to respond to communities. It was built some years there because there was one shop, so that shop is gone now. So we'll have to really rearrange our policing together with the communities in these areas. You go there, you find that all police stations, they are still in the white farming communities and does not follow the new development of the black and African upcoming farmers. So we understand that our rural strategy will have to be part of dealing with that new thing. Lastly, on this one, ngizosicelela nje Baba Mthembu siphuma kwenye imboni nawe nakhona ngangicela nala ngizocela. Let's create opportunities of these black farmers growing in the industry. There are huge opportunities here. Oguti, count bigger things. You must go and be part of industrialization of this sector. These tractors you hire, these tractors you don't have, and you even spend time fighting over one tractor in the village. At one time you go there, baze bawusplita bawuhlepha ugandaganda omunye athatha isteering omunye athatha isonto, because they have one tractor to deal with the situation there. actually should be moving on the industrialization to say you must be producers of these tractors one day, not only consumers of what they are doing. So we need to move on those things. Lemkhumbi evalelwe olwandle la should be one day taking your own oranges and those mkhumbi yenu, rather than phela you supply ama-orange ambalwa amasaka amathathu emkhumbini ogcwele ukuthi nawe ulandelise if there is opportunity, if these Chinese, they say give us avocado, they say give us lemons, as there are big contracts that have been signed, zamalamula, nama avocado. Remember, Chinese, they are 1.2 billion. If you sell one lemon, R1 there, you're a billionaire already. But I wonder how many of you there, you are sending those lemons overseas. Wonder. Onizwa ngendaba ukuthi kufuneka amalamula. So, I would really love that this industry grows. It will create stability for us. Not only that, and other things that are related. One big thing that Babu Squash shall be always, I know that it might not be direct under you, these fisheries. We don't know how much money is made out of the sea. Just to be part of that, to be part of building the industry, to be part of building machinery, to be part of huge export, to be part of saying food security because you're part of it. But let's work together on creating secured environment. Let's work together in creating stability there and have your own chain on this one, from the factory to the land, have your own land, to your own consumers, to your own markets, and have that chain. I hope one time and one day, as we come here, as I have seen, I move around in the country. We have a small plane as the police. We land all over the country. And I ask wherever we land, whose strip is this? I'm told these are the airstrips for the white farmers. Show me one of you here who flying a private jet, my family. You know, ukuthi lama land strips akuwona wenu. Awama farmers, nama farmers but aninawo nina. Wele amanzi ile ngishilo ukuthi kuzofanele ilungiswe le ndaba yama water rights and all those kind of things. Have the food, because if it is not so, we'll continue, even those small people living in these communities, they suffer when their own cattle, they don't know what to drink. Sometimes we deal with serious cases here where even that water is poisoned and we go there to fight. Ukuthi kunempi kanti inkomo zakho zibulewe ukuphuzisa upoison emanzini abantu kodwa asendaweni yakho. Ekuseni ubuka amanzi engewona wakho awumuntu ohlala esendini amanzi. So we have to fix those things. We wish you the best. We want to make yourself safe, working together with us, especially on the stock theft area. We are working with your neighboring countries, especially in Gomo, ezintshontshwayo zisiwe eLesotho. We have a serious problem there, but we are trying to sort it. We're trying to sort it out. We want to work on the stock theft. We want to work on the murder, but we want to work on the instability and yourself not secured, because there is a lot of fighting among and between yourself, and you are kept dwarfs, not growing, and you enjoy a little that is there. So We will be part of you growing, as I've said, from producing, owning, and having your own markets and making sure that the world begin to realize and the world begin to accept you and ourselves working with you. That was because we wish you well, but more than anything, we wish you safety and growth. Nibe bakhulu nangelinye ilanga sikwazi ukuthi sinivakashele nifike ngamabhanoyi enu emaplazini enu ningathi nje kanti niyahala niyasiphelezela noma niyabaphelezela. Baba uMthembu, next time this kind of a thing kufanele yenziwe farmer. I don't know why usiqoqele ICC. Yeah. Kufanele sithole nje ifarm lomuntu othile kuthiwa ifarm likabani leli. Elikhulile, elinamanzi, elinemshini, elingathathwanga abantu bakahulumeni. Abantu bakahulumeni bayawantshontsha lamafamu bayawantshontsha squash lamafamu abantu bakahulumeni. Bawastriphe bawunike labantu ese-dry sebewastriphe ogandaganda nazo zonke lezo zinto. Siyawafuna lawo ma-case siyawafuna lawo ma-case okubopha labantu bakahulumeni. Bakhona baningana ababoshiwe manje nakule province yethu, baningana ababoshiwe. Umuntu athatha ifarm athi uyoyidayisela wena kanti uyinika uma wakhe. Athatha ifarm ayithenge nazo zonke izinto, imali athatha imali ehulumeni, ifarm iphelele, ayistrip ifarm, ayithatha imishini akunike yona u-dry. So we have arrested several of those people here and in other places, and we'll continue to arrest those people. When you go to these farms, tell us what you have found so that we investigate and find out what it was. A fully fledged farm, but because sometimes what government, there are full of us who are criminals, and then we rob the people that we're supposed to assist. We're supposed to assist you, but we become robbers and make sure that in the process that is supposed to help you is a process that we steal from you. So I want to stand here and say, we want to be your protectors, work with you, make sure that you report those things and you are able to follow and put those people where they belong. Thank you very much for the invite. We wish you the best.
Thank you very much, Minister. Of course, I would love to just debrief about some of the things that I took away from that discussion. The first one is the importance of having a vision of where all us, what we used to call emerging farmers, want to get to, a place where we can be participating in the sector in a way that we can be proud and also be prosperous as we're participating. The value chain, as we know, is very important for us all to participate in. But I think for me, it's about, we probably can't do everything, right? Maybe we partner with each other and others play along the value chain. That's something we are trying to teach some of our young people that we deal with who are interested in agriculture, is that you don't all have to participate in one place. But if you come together and find your space in the chain, then together can actually build a value chain as opposed to one person being in charge of everything. But the other thing is about the safety. Minister, I know that you have been in our place. I'm from Free State, and when you mentioned Lesotho, I know about those issues. We've also had stock theft issues, and we've been very grateful to see that you and your team have actually been coming that side. So we look forward to seeing all the work that you will do for us. And thank you very much. Just to then have our next speaker, which is the new chairperson of Afasa and chair of SAFDA. Dr. Madlala, if you could please come through, we would appreciate you.
Abayazi kahle le ngoma ngiyababona. Honorable Minister wasigabulisa. Ngicela ukurayida kwi-protocol that has already been observed. Wasigabulisa, you remind me of a time when SAFDA was actually having a launch. Wawukhona wazoba nathi kwiGaladina. Bosolukhuluma ngayo lento yokuthi we must take over the value chain. I-primary production ayizukusisa ndawo. As black farmers, we've got small plots of land, and if we don't integrate into a value chain, we will never be sustainable. So kubeka njalo silocela imbewu every year. Kanti sifuna self-sustainability. In fact, majority thina abantu abamnyama, we are the ones abaconsume ukudla okuproducewayo. So we need to capture the value chain. Let's start buying from ourselves. But guess what? If we are not introduced into the value chain. Even in the sugar industry, we will start our own sugar mills. But thank you, Minister, for Ulumkhabulo. Uyindoda esiyaziyo ukuthi uyalwa nobugebengu. We have a serious challenge emaplazini nokuthi basifikela nezibhamu. Lezi gebengu esikhuluma ngazo, they come and strip our infrastructure with guns. Uxake ukuthi uma uzophuma thina ayolwa nabantu abayi-organized crime kanje siyabonga ukuthi ukhona, sicela u-intensify even more so that we feel safe ngoba emaplazini kusendaweni eyi-remote and we need that safety. Siyabonga kodwa ukuthi uvele ukhona, uyayisebenza le ndaba, uyayibopha nezigebengu. Ngizokhuluma kafushane on a welcoming note and perhaps reflecting on yesterday's AGM. Ngikholwa ukuthi as Afasa we have a long way. We have a long way of renewal. We need to renew ourselves and renew the hope of people on the ground, on the vision of this organization. If we don't do that, we will soon be an ancient organization which will become a once was. We've seen a lot of once wases before, and ahlulekile ngoba awafunanga ukudila with the bread and butter issues of farmers. So I think we have an opportunity to deal with that, and through guidance President, sizosebenza dealing with our issues because I don't think yesterday we exhausted our AGM properly. But we have to be honest with ourselves as Afasa. Sizi reflecting phela sisibheke uyibheka awuyinuke wena amakhwapha. If ungakwazi ukuyinuka amakhwapha akho wena uzosinukela thina. Hello. Mangithi hello kuthiwa hi. Hello. Farmers, don't be abantu abadabukisayo. You are holding a godly profession, man. Angiyithandi le vibe engizwayo. Mangisukuma ngithi lethizwe niqulela phansi. Lelizwa uzohlala uhlele emhlabeni omncane ngoba wena awuziboni umnikazi omhlaba. Siyama Africa la. And mangabe ukuthi angayibona irevolution ezayo. Hey, lalela. The next revolution you will see is a revolution that will be driven by farmers. Tinaga siko apologetic even as SAFTA. We are taking over this economy now. We are taking over this economy now unapologetically. We will eat our own food and we're not going to ask from anyone. In welcoming my farmers, wake up, take your place. Take your place, man. History will judge you. When what was the contribution towards the contribution should be said. Do it. Yeah. Uyabona maningena wayeka lamanye commodities uthi niwashintshe sizonisiza kwashintsha manje. We are coming over. We are taking over forestry. We are taking over inyama. We are taking over yonke into because idliwa yithina. Njoba sesiqalile imboni kashukela sizoyikhathalisa yonke le transformation. Ake ngithi nje sizohlala phansi. I'm excited ukuthi upresident mayikhuluma naye ukhuluma ngayo le nto. Hey, webaphatha kithi. Papa maningi mafans. Mazeleli Afasa, shape up. Shape up. You need to compete with abo Agri-SA. Phela sihlela sidlala siyabazo Agri-SA that drive another agenda. Engakhulumi ngedevelopment omnyama. We see yabona ifronting akhuluma ngayo minister. Yenzeka kulama organizations amhlophe enihlala kuwona nenisidayisa. Oh sengiyakhuluma kule ndaba. Because when you sit in this organization get paid so that people will talk about black farmers as if we're umnyama la. Oh sesibukhuluma. Minister siyabonga. Nkulunkulu akugcine usalo nokuthi usiphephise. Afasa sazoxoxa. Round 2 of what happened yesterday. Asingahambi la singawulungisa ngafasa. Because Afasa is our only hope. Mangabe singawulungisanga uzophela phambi kwethu sibhekile. Angazi noma nibonile ingozi kodwa mhlawumbe abantu babona ngabanye bathi sodila ngama siqeda ngiyere chairperson le upresident lo ndaba. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Siyabonga. At this point, I'm going to call the president of Afasa, Babumtim. Naba bantu bakho.
Sanibonani. Niyaphila. Nginitshelile izolo wathi mawuKwaZulu ukhuluma isiZulu. Kuzomela nisifundeke isiZulu. Ngoba vele nasezulwini siyokhuluma isiZulu. So akulona ulimi lasemhlabeni lolu. Manje mawuthi uyezulwini kodwa usazi isiZulu uyofika ube nenkinga. Gabriel mabezama ukukunika iposition. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngizowenza u15 minutes, only 15. Ngenxa ukuthi uNdosi kumele ashiye. Kodwa sihlezi ke noSigwaja. Ngiyafisa ukuthi kube nezinto uNdosi azoyithola kule challenge asinikezele yona. Kuyadumaza ukuthi after 28 years of democracy sisangena emahholo soshaya izandla nje with nice speeches. Kuyadumaza. Into ebangithi kudumaze kakhulu ukuthi amandla kithi. I'm saying for those who cannot understand Zulu, it's such a pity that 28 years into democracy, we are still clapping hands on the nice pronouncement, and yet nothing happens. The issue of what needs to be done, everybody knows that. But the critical question is, how are we going to do that? If you listen carefully to MEC Duma, he said, our white counterparts, it's not that they were the brightest in the room, but it's because they were afforded an opportunity by their government. And we've got a problem of our government who's afraid to make such drastic decisions. They are worried about the instability of the economy and so on and so forth, whilst we continue to languish in poverty. And for us to think that it's only about the power or a buying power that vests with us as black people, it's not a solution on its own. The question is, how are we going to get into the thrust of the matter and form part of this economy? I want to submit one thing. We are not going to be able to do it by ourselves. We are not. No matter how much we try. We need a purposeful government that are going to be determined to make it a reality. Because, as I indicated, the white counterparts did not do it by themselves. They were given platform. They were given support system. They were given resources for them to be able to be where they are. There's a slide that I want here, that one of equity, justice, and just to demonstrate my case. Let me just give you this thing, a stacking example. In Johannesburg market, the turnover 2 years ago before COVID was 7.8 billion. This one here, 7.895. I'm not talking theory, I'm talking what happened in Johannesburg market. Out of that 7 billion, only, if you look in different categories there, they break it down. The people that made money there, the first group was 6,228, which took out of the 7 billion, they only took 534 million. The amount is 8 billion. The total number of 6,000 provide was 534 million. Go do your maths further and divide the number, the 500,000 divide by the number of people. You will see that they took about 50,000. And the majority of those people in that category are black people. Then you go slide down. Those who made between 1 and 5 million. Not the same slide. Between 1 and 5 million, there are only 686. They took 1 billion. Between 5 million and 10 million, only 191. They took another billion. Now, but look at this one. Only 188 took home 4 billion rand. This is the reflection of South Africa as we are today. Only 188 men. They splitted 4 billion. When 622, only 500,000. It's a contrast that you are faced with, which says, how are we going to change these demographics? This is just an example within one sector. You can go into all of them. This is the picture. And this picture here is not a sustainable picture. It's gonna create problem if we don't deal with it immediately. Go quickly past. I want to deal with the other one. Just go. Yes, here. Let's look into this picture here. The reality of what I've just discussed with you is on my left, which will be on your right. There are those who are right up, whilst there are those who are at the lowest point in economy. Then the government tried to say, let's create equity. But the equity means we are giving everybody equal space to do participation. Then they provide credit for each one, because democracy says if you give it to A, you must give it to B. But this guy is already tall. If he gets support, he gets even taller. So he can't see the horizon of economy. On equity, we try to balance it off. Those who've got less, we give them more, so that they are able to see better where things need to happen. But then Umfundisi this morning talk about God of justice. When you deal with justice, you remove the barriers. An opportunity could be presented tomorrow. A tender could be put tomorrow to say China is looking for this, whatever example. But the question of the matter is, with the document, would you be able to qualify? You rush to Land Bank, they ask you more than what you have. So it's not about equal opportunity, but it is about removing the barriers that are facing us. What are those barriers? It's the issue of land. No matter how much we can ask you, if you don't have enough land to produce, you are not going to be able to produce. If you can't access to financial resources, we are not going to be able even to meet your demand. Remember, in business, there's what we call QQC, quality, quantity, and consistency. You don't sell what you have, but you must supply the market on an ongoing basis. The challenge that you are faced with is that unless and until our government make tough decision that says it's about time, 28 years into democracy, still, even if the government buys us a farm, they take one farm which was owned by one fellow, they divide it into 4. When they divide it into 4, one has got water, one has got no house. Because our own people, they are in their imagination, say, how can one have so much all by himself? They don't understand that, in fact, this white fellow who's selling, he's only selling one part of his farms. For him to sustain, he's got 7, he's only selling 1. They buy 1 from him, they give it to 17 people. A disaster just waiting to happen. But why more? It's because as Africans, we don't believe in each other. They say, no, hey, this is too much for him, it will overwhelm him. Let's break it into small pieces. So I'm saying the rationale why we're here today, 10 years into democracy, 10 years into existence, as Afasa, what impact, what difference have we made? If Afasa is dead tomorrow, who's going to miss it? Miss it for what? What value do they bring? What voice are they known for? Even though we're supposed to be doing advocacy and policy changing, no, we focus on minor issues. To bring it to you, if Afasa is dead today, it will not make any difference to anybody, because it was one of those organizations which kept meeting and clapping hands without implementing the difficult decision that needs to be implemented. Our ministers are here. We can lament amongst ourselves. Every time we have a session, we lament on issues. They are here. And my responsibility was to bring them to you so that you are able to raise those fundamental, crucial issues that are hindering you not to be where you need to be. The voice of the farmers would not be known. Minister Ndosi was saying they will be meeting somewhere in 90 days in a place not known, but it's somewhere around Johannesburg. My question is, do they know what farmers look for? Is the voice of the farmers there going to deal with influencing the agenda? That the issue of land, we are not moving backward on it. The issue of accessing to finance, the problem is somebody must give us a prescription based on what he is thinking. Somebody is thinking for us without necessarily, because the assumption is, what can you get from them? I want to challenge you very strongly that if again we are going to continue with the road shows, with the excitement of feelings, and not dealing with critical issues that affect farmers out there, we are not going to make any difference. We'll meet again the following year. I don't understand many things, I just a few things. Minister Mkhunu, he was supposed to be not sure how far he is. The issue of water. When we think we've got land, you realize that you need water. And to get water, it's a mission impossible. When thousands of liters of water are just across the road. So these are the issues that it's important that we must engage with them very robustly and very strong. Minister, we are about to leave. I just want us to give only two few hands, just to raise issues that you would want the minister to have. Because after he finishes, we will then break for a few minutes just to take him out he will go this way, then we let him go. But we are stuck with Minister DM Squatcher. He's with us. He's not going anywhere. He's going to be with us here. So even if Ndosi is not here, one of the resolutions that we must make is to submit a concrete written things that he must consider, including what we want to be considered in the conference that's going to be taking place in December. So I'm saying to you, I know you've got your own personal problems. I don't want to hear personal problems. I want to hear problems that engulfs the sector. To say, what are the critical issues that engulfs the sector that you wish, if you had a moment, you would have raised with the Minister of Police before he leaves. I want to open that platform only to 2-3 hands. The most interesting thing that I'm seeing, women were the quick to raise their hand. I don't know what has happened lately. I'm so react. I don't know what has happened lately. Amadoda asenenkwantshu nje. Makunama issues usabathe uyamalalela ungezwe bathini. Ngisho beshela, you know what I mean? I mean the kind of I want to see those hands again. I heard you, Morole. I have so that I balance. I have Sis V here. And I'm taking the lady there, 3. Let me mix with 2 gentlemen. Your hand was up and your hand was up. Only those 5 questions into how you want Minister to understand. But before we do that, I don't want to miss this opportunity to bring the young lion. As KZN, we are very fortunate. I've seen something with these young people. That is why Afasa cannot continue to be a SASA organization. Young people that got a tendency to do things differently. There's a young lion there from state. Hey, that lion, he makes decision. Not tomorrow. If we could have politicians of this nature, we would be far. He doesn't go home to think. He knows his mandate. You see, as of when we live here, Free State will be going into their own office. They won't be working under the tree anymore. So we thank you so much. There's a young lion, young Dlamini, come Dlamini, come to me. This young lion here. In fact, there's another lion that is not here. It's 2 of them that I wanted to introduce. This is our new, brand new, and also new in age, HOD of KZN. You can imagine the changes that you're going to see. Full of energy, but trying to make a difference. And we're looking forward with great expectation. And we're hoping, Guguti, the task at hand, you're going to be able to execute it with all given tasks. Congratulations for your appointment. Number 1. Yeah, one ma. Roving mic here in front.
Thank you, President. Is it working?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay. Minister, I am Dankiso Morole. I come from the Free State. We are in the border of Lesotho, obviously, and 3 other provinces. I don't know what the law says. But I would like you to, maybe if it's possible, to discuss it where, in the conference you're talking about. My problem is here. There are military police, there are police, there are, we are sitting here, police, military police across the borders. We can see the cattle, there they are, they have been stolen. Military police sees this cattle, they can't arrest anyone because the law does not allow them to arrest. So the cattle are moving already. By the time they call the police will come, because they're from far, they'll come 2 hours later. The cattle by then are too far, are far. So what does the law say about, why are military police there going around looking for stock, about immigration and stock theft, yet they can't move, they can't act. So can you look at that maybe and see what how the law can be fixed?
Thank you so much. Problem of border post. Yes, ma'am. In front here.
Hello, Minister, and all protocol observed. Fortunately, ngikhuluma nami nge-security. Sisemaplazini, singomama. Asihlushwa izigebengu lezi 18, but sihlushwa ngama-communities esakhelene nawo. Nemfuyo yabo, obaba abafuye izinkomo eziwu-50, kodwa ayekolala engayazi ukuthi iphi inkomo yakhe, impahla yakhe yasekhaya. Zingene emasimini ethu zizobhuquza zize zilale khona ekseni. Ngiwumlimi ongatheni, sekufanele ngiqashe ama-security abemabili noma abemathathu. Ngenxa yokuthi angizuba naso isivuno. Ngiyaqala ukwazi ukuthi uminister angasisiza ngani ngoba lezi zinto senzeka kakhulu kuthina esangena kulama plaza bawashiya kalula ngoba borderline ne community. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga, ma'am. Number 3. No, 3 is the lady, then 4 is the gentleman. 3 there. 3 back. Go back.
Sanbonani, Lekai, ke Maria Madisa, ke tswa Mpumalanga, ke emetse bomme. Minister, ke nana wa tseba Mpumalanga ho jwang. Bomme ba bolawa. Bomme mapolasing a government ba hlokofetswa. Wa tseba na hobaneng ntate Skwatsha ha ba kenyetsa terata. Ke tlo ipheta. Ba fihla mapolasing mole ha ba workshop. Ha una electric. Hona le mapolasi ana le 20 years hana transformer. Man ha unkutla hantle. Ke tlo pheta hape o utlwe ke reng. Ke re le polasi la government le la rekwa hona le transformer. Wa utlwa ke. Now ha fihla bale ba di official ba nka transformer ba isa mahabona. Urula sna transformer for 20 years. Ya lease mahontsa patala. Ha unkutla hantle. Ke khutla hape. Ke re mobung wa ntate Skwatsha. Mme hana ntlo o sa dula ntlong ya letsaga ka 20 years e sa le gele mmuso ngo go leng wona. I'm a comrade and I'm proud of being a comrade. Ma bo mmentse ba dula ka ha mo matlo a senang electric. That is why banna ba tla ba rape hobane ke dinama tsa bosiu. Hobane wena o dumetse ntate Skwatsha hore basadi be dinama tsa bosiu. Hobane no tsena tsa bona tshwane ba tole terata ena le electric ana go ya hona jwale e ba jwetsa bosiu hona le motho a ithetsa. Ha sa e batla ela mehlabu e hlabang re batla double electricity to protect our women.
Okay.
Ya o qetela. Ka haru dikolo tsa maplasi tsa maolo bona. O tla hola jwang a tseba hore ke ngwana wa sekolo hobane neng ha una desk. Ho anela. Ba rapua bana ba banyane. A 12-year young woman has been raped by his father. Untshitswe womb because ke maplasing ha ona electric. Ke le ka o kopa ntate Squatcha ka re ke na le mathata ka bomme. Mara ha o utlwe. Ke sa o kopa la o qetela. Bomme ba hlokofetswa maplasing. Ba bula di case di fella moyeng hobane ke ba kgotsi ba di official tsa hao. Ntate Squatcha o tlo utlwa neng mara? Ke a o kopa bomme ba hlokofetswa maplasing. Ya o qetela minister. O dumela jwang ka ga maplasi a naha ya rona ho rile ma Nigeria? Hobane maplasi a bo masepala a nang le metsi a santsane molao wa ho lema ho ntso ho na le ma Nigeria ho na le di-squatter camp ka hare ho maplasi a ho lema. Fa batho maplasi ba leme ntsha ma Nigeria ha re wa batle ha re na taba le sekgotsi sa lona sa di-politicians le tlojo tsa la exile. Ebile sa ikena di-exile rona because batho ba ba lona bella kwa ha re ka ba la reipa lona le fihla kwa di la la mamela melao ya bona mara bona ba fihla mona ba reipa ba tlisa di-trucks ka hare ho mobu wa ho lema.
Ma'am,
Ke kgathetse
we hear you.
mara ke no kgathala ona jwang.
We hear you.
Ya o qetela he.
It was uqetela
No, listen.
No, we
Minister,
qetela ka tharo.
Minister re kopa ya o qetela. Mam Titiza. Na ke fa wena molaetsa o lo jotsa Ramaphosa. Mam Titiza na ba be Squatcha ba se ba mo tšhintšha hobane re na le mathata a tshwanetse ba re thuse. A tlo fihla a kena usane o tlo go jwetsa yena o sa ithuta a tsebe letho. Amen.
Ari utlwile me re utlwile haholo hantle. Ari kumrao. Ezo le language akuyona isizulwini iyahawuzela. Before you begin, in fact, we are running very late. The minister needs to go. Please just get to your point without moving around it, if you may. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Tobe Katebe from the Eastern Cape. To the minister, one of the things that we struggle with livestock theft is the document or the book that is used to permit. Anyone can acquire that book. You don't have to have livestock license or anything. So that book is readily available. You just fill in the details and you give to anyone, or you use it for yourself to transport the livestock. So maybe if you could look into that to see if there's a way apho le ncwadi inikwe abantu abanenkomo or any type of livestock inganikwa noba ngubani na. Inkosi.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Hi. Ungahambi nompophe ngathi wakho. Ubuke mina la phambili. Nangu la then bese siqeda la.
Ke a le dumedisha ka mogolong ka moka lena. Nna ke nna Obed Leshilo ke tswa ke le Limpopo. I'm from Limpopo. Mr. Minister, we are having a serious problem with the livestock. In Limpopo, we are having a very serious, it is a serious challenge. The challenge is the thieves, we the owner of the animals, the owner of the livestock, we fight with the thieves and then catch them and hand them over to the police, and the police leave them. So what is going to happen? I've got a serious case, or we have, let me say we have a serious case of what happened somewhere around 24 of August this year. People came with 4 buggies and 1 quantum. They load us, they took 270 goats and together with together with the ships. I don't know whether I can say it's by lucky or it's unfortunate situation. We managed to spot the number plate of one of the vehicles. We chased those people until Springs in Gauteng. We managed to find 2 vehicles because we took the registration number and sent it to the police. They circulated it, and we find the vehicles belongs to Avis car rentals. And then we find the 2. I mean, the information that the 2 vehicles, the buggies, were somewhere in Springs, Anticourt. They are the plot there. And we went to the police station in Springs, and we need the help of the police. They go with us, and then, fortunately enough, we find one of them parked in the town, and then the police got it. And then the other one was not there, still was saying it's in.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Please don't give us the whole story.
Okay,
just make your point.
Okay.
Time is against us.
Let me just finish.
Okay.
Okay. We managed to catch the thieves, and then we head them to the police, and the police
released them.
Yeah, and then the last one is in Springs. We get 30 goats in Springs, and then the thieves told the police where are other animals, but the police didn't go to fetch those animals. So till now, the other animals are at large. So I don't know what can we get from that situation.
We hear you. Give him an applause. Let's take the last speaker. We're really running against time. Don't get on it.
Mr. President, siyabingelela. To Minister Undosi and MEC from the Free State and all protocols observed. Minister, my one is straightforward. Our counterpart, Minister Ndosi, whites, farmers, most of them, if not all of them, were former Defence Force members. And by that, they have an advantage when it comes to a system of protecting their assets. They can organize themselves behind the name of commandos, and the state do come in and assist them. And the critical part is, most of them, as well if not all of them, are holding multi-license firearms, and it's normal to them. But if you go to black farmers, you hardly find a person with maybe a license or 2. Well, I'm the fortunate to have multi-license firearms, but very few of us who can able to say, I'm protecting my assets easily, without fear. So, I don't know, going forward, Minister, what best really you will be able to do in future to assist the farmers? I'm not perpetuating violence, but if someone really comes to your place or your farm, I mean, the only thing that you can do is to make the individual to disappear for good. So how are you going to do that if the tools of trade, you don't have them? Please, if you can answer that, Minister. Thank you.
Well, thank Babu Mthembu. You did not arrange the ambush. You did not arrange the ambush. Ngikhumbuza imbizo manje, where we need to go there, jot the questions, get ready and all that. Military police and the borders. By the way, you are putting me on a back foot in giving questions that are inadequate because one was not meant for those questions. Angizongomthembu nje nami esebuza imibuzo sengizwa ngaye futhi usethi angiphendule. Because some of the questions, if it is arranged with the government ministers rather than the minister that is there, you can get the better answers. For instance, when you talk about cross-border problem, police are not meant for border lines. It's for South African National Defence Force. Now, I must come here and say, Buzane Masoshin, would it have been easy that together with the defense we come together? If you have imbizo of the farmers, as usually we do. So you say they are legal people. So illegal people, now, as if I'm not wanting to give the answers. Usquasha will answer that question as Mpumalanga, as a Free State. No program director Tati Chancellor was a Free State, na raise. Let's working with South African National Defence Force, but also we're working with counterparts on the other side. Now, I'm not going to tell the story how problematic it is. Things that you might find that there are crime here. As you cross the border, you'll find that those people are protected. That goes like the stolen cars and all that. There are countries where stolen cars here are driven by ministers. So you go to that country, you visit, you're about Ubuzubano driver is the head of defense. Okay. So, which means must be a stabilization again of the region rather than a department to say all we work together on those matters. What I can encourage, I have a lot of Izimbizo. Maybe we do need Mbizo black emerging farmers to raise their issues, and you call the collective government ministers to come and answer together rather than have one getting pushing in of your police. But one thing that trying to pull together of what you have said, we have a lot of problem of the internal farming community quarrels. Maybe those are the bigger farming community of farmers themselves. Most of the crime that is caused there, you end up arresting a former worker, a farm. Abaqabana ngama issues labor. Babuye banyonyobelana ebusuku. The famous one, Free State, where 7 people were killed. And everybody who killed everybody here knew everybody. That person who killed people there was a boyfriend of one girl that was killed. Those 7 people that were killed in Free State recently, that is the latest big kind of a crime that has happened in the farming community. So the stability internally, it's important that we raise these issues with a farming community rather than dealing, yes, let's deal with the external, let's arrest those people. There are many people that are arrested, but also as we go for that, we'll have to call the Minister of Justice, because as police sometimes we're frustrated. There is an animal here called bail. We're frustrated as police. So a person, kill a person, gets a first bail, kill a second person, gets a first bail. We don't grant the first bail, but Nina, Unfortunately, nazi amaphoyisa kuphela anazi ukuthi bail nithi umaphoyisa usemdedela umuntu. We have even those that they come from prison with a parole, they come and do exactly. For instance, a 6-year-old that died in Mpumalanga, that 6-year-old was debound and everything, was killed by a person that was in 2 meta paroles. 2 meta paroles. So it doesn't help much for Ucele to stand here. We can speak to the president to say, you call Utogo, you call Ucele, you call Umdisa, who's supposed to protect Mama borderlands, you call Ulamula, you call Tumtswaleti, you call Unaleti, so that we deal with the stability of the region. Because mangibona besuthu mina ngizobasukela ngiyobafaka ngale and sengiviolate ama-diplomat i-diplomacy ukuthi ngibasukela besuthu baze bayongela elisuthu. We chase them sometimes and then I'm phoned by the Minister of International Affairs to say there is a complaint ngenzeni ngisukela besuthu bebebaleka neyinkomo. So together we'll have to come on that. We are aware with the problems you are facing, and those problems we'll have to work them together. But one other thing, it cannot just be those ministers. You know, Abumtembo, if you go to Mashisanyama dayisa inyama entshontshiwe. Meat that you eat kwishisanyama is a stolen meat. Somebody came here and gave me the web network of criminality of the stock theft, highly organized. Even some government hospitals, they eat a stolen meat. So you need to deal with it from the supply, your suppliers, and all that kind of thing. And some of this meat is supplied by your own workers. Your own workers. We have arrested a lot of people that work for that particular farmer when you find that the stock is stolen. But there are these serious criminals that they come napalm. Before, they used to steal. Now we heist. We have a cattle heist now. They don't steal. They tell you not to come out of the house. They tell you, but they should do anything. But as Togotal have said, that is a question of the organized crime. It is on that score that we are trying to work on the farm stock units, Zamapois. Some of them, when I went to Beckville, Madala, some few months ago, people said, "Wonga mapoisa lacele abafui asibaz bayithenga phi inkomo." So amapoisa ke manje our stock theft abafui. That's why we are working on that unit. We are rearranging that unit. We want ama units of stock theft. They shouldn't stay there for too long. Send them there, jet them in, work short time, and get out. Because now they find these cattle, but bangayibuyiseli kunina bafana nalabantu enibathanda le KZN akuthiwa iskebe. They come as protectors, they end up as thieves. Most of them are thieves, but so we are prepared to work with you, but there are many things that internally ourselves will have to, yourself will have to brand these things properly. I agree with you. This thing of movement, there must be a strict permit of moving imbuzi from A to B. There must be a chain of proper papers, but of also proper reporting. So, ukuthi inkomo move from there to there. There must be a strict regime on those things, because as in official, somebody issue the papers that do not exist. And as amapolice and mobile paper, but those papers themselves are illegal. So let's work together. I will next time, Tembo, don't ambush me. Let's find the ways of saying, let's sit down and talk. And then we find the answers from yourselves. You said you don't know what to kulunani last year besikon. This wasn't just kulunani. For instance, it would have been nice to have imbizo yenu, and then you carry those things from you, as you say, rather than we send people that are going to guess in that particular area. But as it stands, criminality is organized in this together with yourselves as farmers. Nani namasela. One point I want to make, we went to Bethlehem, the matter was raised of criminality of Inkomen Muvai. Fortunately, we have arrested 3 police officers with 1 farmer and his son. They work as a syndicate. These police, they are the stolen cattle, they gave them to this farmer who's an auctioneer, ahamba uba auction, because amapolice awakwazi ukuthi auctionwa kanjani. So a serious criminal syndicate made from my guys and from your guys. Stangene lapseleni. So we'll have to work together to dismantle these organizations, these syndicates. So it's important that we talk more and everybody participate and then be able to dismantle this situation. But for now, I will take it back to my colleagues. One major thing we'll have to work hard on is a proper borderline policing. Because zonke lezi zinto ezintshontshiwe don't go through border gate. Borderline policing. So if we don't deal with that, they'll keep crossing. Unfortunately, Abesuthu, they are armed these days. And I don't want to get in that one. You saw how many AKs we found last week. I've never seen 15 AKs together. The last time I saw AKs together, it was in Angola. So, but I've never seen 15 AKs and 6 hunting rifles and 20 people arrested, 13 of them are Basotho. Out of this 20, 13 of them are Basotho, with 6,000 bullets. Yimpi. Enyambo is sealed. So, and all those things, they cross the border and all this kind of thing. Others are supported on the high level and all that. So it's important that we take this thing of organized very, very, very serious. Otherwise, nizosebenzele emuva njengenkukhu. But ke amasela sinawo, nana amasela nawo.
Thank you, Minister, and apologies you feel ambushed, but we appreciate your feedback and look forward to the conference in December. We're about to take a break right now. There's been a few people who've arrived and need to be seated, and so we're going to take our tea break for the next 15 minutes. And on the right, on my right-hand side is where the tea is, and on the left-hand side it is the exhibition. So if it's okay, we would appreciate if you could evacuate the room so that we can extend it, so we can make sure that everyone else is able to have seats. Thank you very much. I think that's it. Thank you.
That's good.
Push up. Sure.
Singo. Yeah.
We're not responsible for protection.
No, sibaningi lobona nje sonke siyashintshwana. Ubhuti akashinto ayidingayo umchazele singasizakala kanjani.
Khona umuntu ozopresenta la ngo-2. So ngine document yakhe le azoyipresent.
Oh, ngo-2.
Ngo-2.
Uphi Chris? Oh, nangu ubhuti uzokusevela yona. Lo phethe intambo. Chris, une-presentation yango-2 o'clock.
2. 1, 2. 2. 1, 2. 2.
Yo.
1, 2. 2.
Chris. Chris. Pat.
Abafundisa ukwakha indwangu zepodium labantu.
Into ngepeni.
Hey, qini. Sinjani? Oh. Hey, yes. Ifakwe nini futhi le?
Ngiyabona yapha. Ngiyalunga.
Yes.
Ngiyalunga la. Oh, okay.
Manje sizawumlungisa lo mhlobo lo.
Okay. Oh, all right, okay. So, handful of turkey. I want to. Yeah, but that was. Yeah. Yeah. Flights it. But again, you can't not wait for the process.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Minister, how are you doing, sir?
Oh, okay. Oh, no problem. Oh, okay. No, the right.
Am I okay? Salmonani. We are about to start. To the colleagues who are still standing or moving, may we be seated, please. At this point in time, I think the organizers have made arrangements, and it looks like we have enough space for colleagues to sit down. And to those who were standing in the first session, sincere apologies, and I hope you will take that. We are going to be moving with the program, Mr. President. I would ask Mrs. Nono to take us from this stage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are feeling replenished and ready for the next half of the morning. I would like to introduce the Free State MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development, MEC Tembeni Ngangisa, to come up and please introduce our Deputy Minister for the next presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. I have a very difficult but small job to perform. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce to you one of our own, a leader who is baptized by a Congress movement, the Deputy Minister, like many young people, had certain personal aspiration, but a call to contribute towards transformation of South Africa directed him to a political path. This path is not easy because it is a lifetime commitment towards liberation of our people, ensuring that you contribute towards the vision of a better life for all. This commitment made by the Deputy Minister to be part of social activists and participated in various community development programs. The Deputy Minister became involved in politics and activism and joined progressive youth structures as part of his initiation to the liberation movement. He contributed and dedicated his energy in youth development programs as part of a progressive youth association, including one organization called the South African Youth Congress with a theme that said, "Freedom or death, victory is certain." The Deputy Minister matured with the structures of the African National Congress and became a leader of the ANC, including being Provincial Secretary and Chairperson respectively. His dedication in politics and activism earned him respect amongst members of the African National Congress, and he was then elevated to be an ANC NEC member. Besides political work, the Deputy Minister also contributed and led government in the Western Cape as the MEC and became the Chief Whip of the legislature at some point. And that accorded him a chance to discharge his responsibility and his capabilities to the best abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce none other than Uhlubi Comrade Umcebisi Squash.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Thanks. I didn't know, I don't know, I'm sure, did you Google? No. Okay. Anyway, thanks to the Program Director. The newly elected President of Afasa, congratulations to you, sir. The bulldozer, there's a disadvantage when you're standing here. You can't see properly people out there. But I want to acknowledge the leader of SAFTA. I also want to acknowledge all national leaders present here and Afasa's provincial leaders from all provinces. I also saw the former SG. And I want to greet everybody and say good day to you. You know, when the President informed us that the election was held, I then said to him that maybe Afasa has something to teach us, those that are in the African National Congress. And I'll tell you why. For you to have gone through an election and the following day, former SG, and the following day, the conference is busy with the actual work. It really means that the governing party has really a lot to learn from you. You know, with us, Program Director, really appreciate the invite from the leadership of Afasa. It's an absolute honor and a privilege to be offered an opportunity and platform to speak at an august conference, especially as you mark your celebration. Secondly, I'm duty-bound to immediately convey the apology of my minister for being unable to be with you. I'm sure you know by now she's part of the president's entourage in the official visit to Saudi Arabia, something that such a stakeholder like yours should be appreciating, because she is further extending the importance of our sector and committing our government in that regard. She extends her warm greetings. I also want to say that before I even go deeper into the speech, I have been advised and met an 80-year-old Utata. His name is Gideon Morole. He's been farming for 48 years. Of course, that predates even democracy. And his cry is that before he leaves Mother Earth, can the department make sure that he has a title deed for his farm? This now, though raised with me just some 40 minutes ago, weighs heavily on my conscience. And before I get overwhelmed and make commitments that cannot be met, I really want, and I don't know whether it's also right, respectfully, to ask an old man to stand up. If he may, but if he can't, there's no problem. But should he? Oh. But I just want to make this commitment in front of you, that if there's anything in the African sense, if you must respect and go overboard to make sure that the elderly is able to get its wishes and lies there with a smile. So I am making that commitment to say we will work hard in the department, is from the Free State, to make sure that that little request thank you, ma'am. To make sure that that little request is met, and I ask officials that are accompanying me here to, I'm not influencing them, but I think it's the right thing to do. If you don't have a title deed, you are nothing. It is very much, it makes anyone proud. So I felt that I should make this point. And thanks, Baba, for still being able to walk up here. As I proceed, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on the order as we celebrate a decade of existence as an organization. And we, of course, wish the newly elected leadership under President Mthembu all the strength and wisdom as we collectively navigate challenges which confront all of us in the sector. We also must say that we do recognize, limited as they may be, the strides that have been made in bringing forth the voice of black farmers in the policy debate. As I had indicated that I think 2 months from now, this is probably a year of conferences. The big one is starting on the 16th of December. If you don't know which one is the big one, during break time, ask others. Farmer organizations in the country are an important partner to help government realize its set objectives, to help us create sound policies and programs for the sustainability of an inclusive agricultural sector. You are meeting at a time when the impacts of the global geopolitical developments are cascading across borders, affecting the state of food security in our country, the continent, and across the globe. The food price shock comes at a time when food security was already under stress. We are indeed living the storm caused by the tangled web of food, energy, water, and financial crisis. In the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic, world hunger increased substantially. Last week, from the 10th to the 13th of October, the Committee on World Food Security held its 50th session in Rome, Italy, discussing, among others, the recently released report on the state of food security and nutrition around the world. During the same week, the African Union Commission held a high-level ministerial food security and nutrition conference in Addis Ababa, where our minister attended in person. I mentioned just these two recent sessions, both on food and nutrition topics, to highlight the urgency of the hour we are in. I do so because the state of food security and nutrition around the world I just mentioned reveals that 15 years down the line, after the world launched the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 1, the one that relates to ending poverty in all its forms, and SDG 2, ending hunger, active food, and nutrition security, the world is almost exactly where it was, with about 670 million people vulnerable to food insecurity, this equating to 8% of the global population. The report indicates persistent regional disparities, with our continent bearing the heaviest burden, and we all know why. The report says 1 in every 5 people of the population of our continent is affected by food and nutrition challenges. This report tells us that the projections based on the current trends indicate that we will not achieve Agenda 2030. If anything, things might and could get worse. If we may come closer home, the 2021 Stats South Africa General Household Survey reported that people vulnerable to food insecurity increased to 14.4 million from 13.6 million a year before. This survey also notes a concerning decline in households involved in agriculture from 17.5 down to 17.2. This is also mentioned not to be alarmist and create panic, but to sensitize all of us of the urgent and crucial role we have ahead of us, particularly people sitting here who are farmers. I'm sure that many of us might really be here for different reasons. Some to make sure that they do grow their crop or livestock, and others perhaps passionate about farming being a good business. But most importantly, it's going to be important for many of us to realize what this sector can contribute towards food security and the people of our country. This is just by way of introduction. It is important for us, as we redress the imbalances of the past, to make sure that we see more young persons, particularly women, swelling your ranks so that we can have a brighter future as the sector. Your success, ladies and gentlemen, of our country. President Nelson Mandela, addressing the Make Poverty History rally in London in 2005, had this to say: like slavery and apartheid, poverty is not natural. it is man-made. So it would be more acceptable if we say it is person-made. And it can be overcome and eradicated by the action of human beings. It's important to underscore that point. The effects of colonialism and apartheid created a situation where the defeated nation, the oppressed people of Africa and our country, many even had thought that it was created to be like that. I like to make the point about, as someone who goes to church, I was in church one day and I was sitting across a person, mine would be written, yes, Squatcher. And then the old mama I was sitting across, hers was written Fayindlala. So that's a surname. Die of hunger. If, as we are told, that surnames are from names, if you do name your child Fayindlala, it's a clear indication that you are saying, your grandfather was poor, I am poor, you are also going to be poor. That's an indication of a people that had lost hope. We laugh at many of the things that were meant as to indoctrinate us as if they are God-made. I have a cousin. His name is Rubbish. He's been named Rubbish. As we grew up as boys, we've actually we call him Ra. So it's a bit sexy, you know. And I think that Utata and many of you much older than me can tell of many tales where even just beauty is associated with whites. Hence the induction by Steve Biko and others, black is beautiful. So I really emphasize this particular issue that Madiba was right when he said, these things are not created by God, but made by people who had a particular view. And gathered here is a mammoth task upon you and all of us and the rest of South Africa to redress and correct those wrongs. Gathered here as Afasa members, you are the human beings to actively participate in this, to tackle the forces that are confronting us, which are something many think has now left us: COVID-19, climate, conflicts and wars, cost and affordability of food. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations adopted betters. These are better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, leaving no one behind. This is also a theme for this year's World Food Day commemoration that we are hosting across the country, with the national event to be held tomorrow in Citybeng. In the midst of all this, as a country, we continue to meet food requirements at national level, with the contribution of domestic food production and imports. We are, however, leaving some behind and would like to do that. That happens because of national food availability, which does not translate into household food access, and the growth of our sector is not inclusive. And your newly elected president has emphasized the issue of inclusivity. We still talk of a dualistic agricultural sector. Afasa comes in here. You come in as a sector strategic transformation partner to better mobilize and better organize targeted producers to take up opportunities presented by various master plans like the poultry master plan, the sugar master plan, and the importantly recently signed agriculture and agro-processing master plan. As partners with you, we want to use this master plan as a planning and implementation framework that promotes public-private partnerships to leverage on resources, skills, and experience to advance economic growth and inclusion, as well as the creation of sustainable jobs in the country. The plan takes a posture of supporting domestic economic growth by addressing critical regulatory and financing challenges, overcoming infrastructure constraints, and increasing the participation of black farmers across the value chain, which the SAFTA president spoke so eloquently about. The plan is premised on 6 pillar interventions and reforms to transform the sector, namely resolving policy ambiguities and creating an investment-friendly environment, investing and maintaining and enabling infrastructure critical to the industry, such as electricity, roads, rail, and ports, providing comprehensive farmer assistance, development finance, research and development and extension services, improving food security, increasing production and employment, and ensuring decency and inclusivity, facilitating market expansion, improving market access, and promoting trade, and lastly, improving localized food production, reducing imports, and expanding agro-processing exports. Just to provide some induction of some of the work that is already underway, you would be aware by now of some of the initiatives below, some of which are driven through the Interministerial Committee on Land Reform, chaired by Deputy President Mabuza. Like reviewing of key legislation and development of policies on land and water. The appointment of additional extension practitioners for capacity building and skills transfer. Entering partnerships with commodity organizations to provide technical assistance to black farmers. The last one I want to start is unlocking through the blended financing scheme. With respect to the first item, Government has developed and approved 2 policies. That is the beneficiary selection policy, which prioritizes emphasis on women, young people, and black people in general. And the land donations policy to accelerate land reform and bring about transparency in the selection of deserving beneficiaries. The master plans aim at strengthening public-private partnerships to drive long-term inclusive growth in the sector. The intended success of these plans is based on a partnership between government, labor, civil society, and industry. Afasa has a fundamental role to play. It's going to be important that the plan is well understood so that we can be able to execute it in unison. Partnerships, collaborations, and sharing ideas and resources is what will see us prosper. Kuzafuneka sibambisane, otherwise zemke inkomo magwalanjeni. To demonstrate that we are committed in walking the talk, when we speak of partnerships and collaboration, is indicated by the 3rd bullet above. As the department, we've concluded a memorandum of understanding as well as individual service level agreements with several commodity organizations that are here today. These agreements date back to 2018-2019. At this point in time, we have a total portfolio of almost 200 farms across the commodity organization. This collaboration enables us, ladies and gentlemen, through your commodity-specific insights, to provide technical support on farm agricultural infrastructure, mechanizations, and implements, as well as marketing support to the farmers. As the department, we continue to open international markets for export. As I address you now, I've already indicated in that regard, that is specifically the reason our minister is in Saudi Arabia. Afasa must therefore be positioned to take up these opportunities. We must work together in unlocking bottlenecks that still hold us back. As we deliberate, I invite you to come up with solutions to do what I heard you saying, trying to send us to the December peak one with issues that you think are relevant. Issues that have solutions to see your constituencies take up the opportunities presented under the AAMP. It cannot be under our watch that a plan after a plan is developed, but nothing changes. As you look back at your 10 years of existence and introspect, you must be able to assess whether any of us and Afasa itself has been able to make an impact in the last 10 years. What will we do differently going forward to advance the transformative agenda we as government hope as our partner, you will deliver on. What can we do as a government in this regard? I therefore invite you to look at our programs, what we are doing wrong, where must we improve, what are your farmers doing wrong? Let us open up and build the sector together. Our country is at a crossroads, ladies and gentlemen, on a serious note. Your president has spoken about 28 years of democracy. Let me say this, whether the press is here or not. You might have taken this on a light note when I was saying we have a lot to learn from you. You see, this is the governing party. Those of us who were there, though very, very young, Madiba used to say, we have done our bit. The road is still long, but we have given you, young ones, an opportunity to take the baton forward. If we might have been afraid to do things in 1990, because the commander of the SANDF was someone from that period, or the armed forces or whoever, that holds no water today. Completely no water. There's no possibility of a coup d'etat by some funny forces. There's a possibility of South Africans uniting black and white and taking the right decisions. My worry is the things you want to happen, a time will come when you no longer clap when we say we need to do A, B, and C. Because we've been saying that all the time. Who can change this? This emphasizes my worry. Have we, who are the governing party, and therefore the government, learned? I am of the opinion that we should be going to December to say, are the policies we have adopted on crime sufficient to address crime that is ravaging our country and our formerly oppressed people in particular? If we say no, what do we need to fix? Are the policies we have adopted on land and many of these issues, have we moved away from what Alan Boesak used to say in South Africa, a few die of overeating, whilst the many die of hunger? Because it is only those 4 days from the 16th to the 20th that ought to adopt a trajectory that will take us in the right direction. I'm raising the point because unfortunately we have been ravaged by a sense of deep divisions where I need to compete with Minister Cele and do everything in my power to make sure that I emerge, not him. As I sit down, I read an article in the Sunday Times on the 8th of December that was writing about an occurrence of the 9th of December in Lesotho in 1982. I don't know whether people had an opportunity to see that. But the writer speaks about 40 MK people killed while they were asleep by the security forces of apartheid. What is painful about this, and this is the illustration, what is painful about this, the security apparatus of the liberation movement is informed about an impending attack by enemies. But because the leader who informs the security apparatus belongs to a faction different from those that he has to inform, the information is undermined and leads to the killing of 40 people. And the writer says, as we go to December, have we learned from this that happened 40 years ago about how destructive factions and disunity can be? And so, ladies and gentlemen, what is important is everything that you raise there should capture what we are discussing in December. But so far, what dominates the papers is who is going to be this position and that position. Not about how we are going to make sure that people get more land. So let's all fight and make sure that sanity prevails at that conference floor and know that people have elected us not because they love our faces, but because they want what you are sitting here about in these 3 days to be achieved in their lifetime. Lastly, can I tell them that we've made peace? She was speaking Sotho, someone translated what she was saying. I can safely say that we have made peace and the officials are taking care of whatever she was raising, because we can only take the information to the officials. If we decide you are still going to say we are corrupt, why do we get involved in deciding? Ladies and gentlemen, it was an honor to be here in front of you, and congratulations to all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, Deputy Minister. It's always good to hear that there is some work being done in the background, even though as farmers, we know we have our grievances, and we know we would really appreciate it if things worked faster. But the reality is, what we're faced with is you are telling us that you are doing some work, but we will hold you to it. So please make sure that you do follow up on what you have said. And if you could just, my colleague then, take the next step.
Thank you very much for that. In what the Deputy Minister was talking about, made reference to a book that Walter Benson Khubusana Road, and that was titled Zemkinkomo Magwalandini. And if we are to take that in context, let me challenge you, read the book, check when was it published and why Khubusana wrote that title the way he did. You would realize that it was after a huge historical milestone. Secondly, at this point, sizawucela ubaba MEC to introduce utata uMacingwane. As Deputy Minister was speaking, the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation arrived. And perhaps before he comes, let's give a round of applause for the fact that he has arrived. Secondly, Baba MEC from the Free State, may you please help us? We are told it takes a member of the executive to introduce another member of the executive.
No, thank you. It's a very positive abuse, this one. And a very difficult job once again. And maybe it's because I'm doing it such like a miniskirt. Short enough, but long enough to cover essentials. Let me do this as an honor to introduce my senior, Babu Edward Senzo Mkunu, who's currently a Minister of Water and Sanitation and previously a Minister of Public Service and Administration. He was once of a premier here, Ekaya, yes, KZN. He's a born and bred of the same province of KZN. And he's now the NEC member of the African National Congress and qualified here also academically in the province. He led the revolutionary movement in many capacities, but most importantly, he dedicated his life to discharge his responsibility for the freedom of South Africans, and everyone must prosper into this country. This is none other than the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Ubaba Edward Senzo Mkunu.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I see that we are about to take to lunch, and therefore I won't be long. Now, firstly, we are very happy to join you this morning or this midday, and in these very important deliberations that you are in right now. It's a milestone, 10 years of existence in the struggle in which you are, together with all of us, and the progress that you have made. And this platform offers you a very good opportunity to make that assessment. Are you going forward? Where do you come from? Where are you now? And where do you intend going? What is the environment? What else do you need to get you to move faster and to achieve your goals, which are our goals, all of us, because we are part of you, you are part of us, and therefore need to strengthen lines of cooperation and work together. But we know you are in an AGM as well, and we wish you all the best in your deliberations. I just want to focus on a few issues on my side, very few issues. First one, just to remind you that we work in the context of two laws, in fact, one law in particular, the National Water Act of 1998. I know it builds from the 1956 Act, but it repeals many parts, but sometimes we do refer to some of the aspects that were in the 1956 Water Act while dealing with the things that are in here currently in the 1998 Water Act. But by and large, we are basing our work almost exclusively on the 1998, or completely on the 1998 Water Act. Now, there are three things that are important about the 1998 Water Act, and they're very important, all three of them. One is sustainability of water use. It enjoins us, all of us, in the water sector and in the farming sector, all of us, to use water in a sustainable way. And that is important because water is a very important resource to any nation anywhere in the world, particularly in the context of South Africa, which is a water-scarce country, and we have varying rainfalls. In the west coast, you are yellow, in the middle, you are red, and in the eastern side, the eastern seaboard, you have much more regularity of rain. But that doesn't take you out of being a water-scarce country. And we need to have sensitivity and consciousness, whether we're in agriculture or in any other industry. We've got to mind that. We were just in the morning, in a meeting this morning, because of the challenges in Gauteng, particularly in Johannesburg and Tshwane, but in the main Johannesburg, to say what is the cause of the current situation there and how should we mitigate it and resolve it. So sustainability is very important. I may as well say we are monitoring all the systems in the country together with our neighbors, and that includes the Vaal River system supporting so many people, close to 20 million people. But we are very much alert on that. So sustainability is very, very, very important as a principle on which the Act of 1998 is embedded. Second one is efficiency. We need to maximize, we need to optimize, we need to make sure that whatever drop of water we use it efficiently for productivity and related matters. And the last one is equity, which is the struggle, which has got its roots from the past, where certain sections of the community were not regarded as requiring any concern about equity of water use in our community as South Africans. And therefore, today, the issues of equity have shot into the fore, and they're embraced by us in Department of Water and Sanitation, and in the whole sector, the CMAs and the WAS, all of us have to up the stakes in terms of equity and fight the struggle for equity. But then these two issues, having said all these things, the first one is licenses. There's been an agreement, a discussion, an agreement last year that Minister of Water and Sanitation and the department must make sure that licenses are issued within a specified time, which is 90 days. Now, we want to stand here firmly and say to you, it is our undertaking. It's not a promise. I know every time we speak, people say, people in government promise. Even when you deliver, they say, you are promising. I'm not promising. I'm making an undertaking directed by the President of the Republic that we must issue licenses within 90 days. Now, people take it for granted all over that government is not efficient. Even when you have made far more than reasonable efforts to make sure you are seen to be efficient, and indeed you are efficient, they say, no, that's government, and therefore government will not be efficient by nature. It's not like that. We came last year in the Department of Water and Sanitation, there was no Director General. By January this year, we had a Director General, fully appointed, and Dr. Sean Phillips is there as a Director General of Water and Sanitation. Those of you who last heard from us having an acting DG, we no longer have that. It's an effort going forward to make sure that you appoint responsible people, people who have capacity, people who know, so that we get where we want to go. So the first thing. Second thing we've done, we came there was an acting CFO, we have appointed the CFO, full-time, is there. No longer acting. 2, 3, we didn't have DDG, corporate services, we now have. Number 4, we didn't have DDG, water and sanitation, we now have. Number 5, we didn't have DDG regulations and licensing, we now have. And then we have gone on to appoint some like 22 chief directors. We've gone on to deal with issues of corruption and all of that, and of that 60-something people that we found there, we're now left with between 15 and 17, having cleared all those matters and still clearing new ones. Whenever we come across any form of corruption, like we did 2 weeks ago, we open the door for suspension where necessary. It's not like what we are happy about firing people, but we waste no time when we come across such incidents, and then we deal with it. So we are repositioning the Department of Water and Sanitation for its job done efficiently. So when we say we are equal to the task and that by 90 days we mean it, we actually mean it because we have people who are there who are doing this. We know we're at various levels in different provinces. Last time I checked, it was the province of the Western Cape that was struggling a little bit with a turnaround time. But all other provinces were on their way to rehabilitation and moving fast on that matter. We monitor them from time to time. We now have a DDG responsible, not acting, and we're expecting that when we next take progress, we will find that we've made progress. But what are we saying to you? We're requesting that when you fill up the form, please try to be as detailed as possible. Fill up all the necessary detail so that we don't receive. And on one hand, we start counting days, but on the other hand, those days merely mean phoning you and saying to you, you haven't filled up the form accordingly, or some information is missing. Please try to fill up all the form. It will facilitate delivery of the license in 90 days. We're positive. We're willing to cooperate. We're even willing to take phones up to minister level. If you are frustrated in one way or the other, you are not finding after a number of weeks or even after a month, no one is talking to you, nothing is happening, you are free to phone us. I have 2 people that are deputizing there. So we're a ministry of 3 people plus staff. So we're not short at all. So don't be sympathetic to us. Don't be afraid of us. Don't say you are encouraging you to work with us and cooperate with us on licenses. 90 days. So speed is very important to us. But so if we receive a form and all details are there, all of them are correct, it makes life easy for us to ensure that within 90 days we finalize your license. But if then there's toing and froing, it'll go up to more than 90 days. But what we have said is that you receive, you process within 90 days. But more than that, if there are issues of detail and so on. While on this, one aspect that we are struggling a little bit, and we are going to be dealing with this matter very soon. We're hoping we'll deal with it this month. I'll have to check the date. Is the Water Tribunal, where we resolve conflicts around licenses and among people, stakeholders. Most of the time it is surface and underground. For instance, with mining, the mining industry, who are more interested in what's happening underground with their licenses. Whereas you may be a farmer, you are interested on the surface with your other license or your right to land and so on. We are concerned about the backlog on their side. 4 weeks ago, I had a meeting with Advocate Make, and it did indicate to me that he has a backlog of 300, and we are going to be meeting very soon to discuss ways and means. If it means employing a pool of people for a particular period, and we are able to get finance for that, we will be able to do that so that we clear the backlog in the tribunal, so that we help those who are in need, whether it is the mining or the farming industry, but resolve those matters, because to us it's very important to resolve those matters, because it means progress in terms of economy and employment of people. So understand us to be very worried about that. Those of you who have disputes of one kind or the other and are with the tribunal, we are dealing with those. But moving from there, so equity and speed is important. Let me talk a little bit on equity. We are very firm to say we will make sure that we use whatever opportunity that we get to enable those who were previously excluded from getting licenses as a result of the laws that govern this country before 1994, the apartheid system. We want to make sure that they make faster progress in that regard, understanding where they come from in terms of their background. And therefore, every opportunity that is there, everything gets done by our department to ensure that we catch up as speedily as possible to ensure that we reach the desirable levels of equity as far as water is concerned. We have met with Afasa in different provinces last year and this year when we were going around. Reservations and concerns have been expressed on some of the things that are outstanding. We are attending to those and we will do so on an ongoing basis. The second issue, now that you understand where we stand, we're positive, I want to say so, we're accessible. Ungafika nje ukhulume lesuthu noma ngasazi isuthu noma isitswana. I do have people in the office who are able to talk Tswana and Sotho. So ungangidabukeli ukuthi lo mfolo wazi isiZulu kuphela. Okanye wazi isiXhosa kuphela. Ufike sikhulume and so on. We don't even sit in offices all the time. We're all over on an ongoing basis. So we can't not be accessible. The second issue is the water and irrigation boards. This is an issue of transformation. We are in the process of transferring or transforming or even changing irrigation boards to WUAs. This is a very important part of our transformation program. Some at the moment are interim committees on our way to fully fledged WUAs, that is water user associations, but in some areas we are still on our way to doing so. It's important that we do this together. Very, very important that we do this thing together. We are at the moment wanting to complete as soon as possible our Nandoni Ntsami water project in Limpopo. And when we get to Giyani, we often hear concerns, people express concerns about Greater Letaba system of water, that some of the people in Upper Letaba, they may be overusing water beyond their licenses and all of that and so on. We have directed that the relevant branch in our department go there, look at the licenses, look at how people are working in that system so that they don't starve people down the stream of water unnecessarily because of illegal dams or illegal uses of water, including beyond their licenses. And therefore, when you experience what you suspect to be somebody engaging in an activity that is illegal, it's your duty to warn us, to make us aware of such. And we have also instructed there that we want as speedily as possible a WUA to be established there, just like we are doing all over the country, so that we move from irrigation boards, which were rather closed, they were a closed affair, and now we're opening up to WUAs in all the systems in the country. We're transforming that. And in some cases, like in the case of the Vaal and the Orange River, we want to merge that CMA into one, as we got the proposal at some point, and want to move faster to that direction. But we're open to you as farmer associations and as Afasa directly to engage us anytime you think we are slow somewhere or you think there's continued injustice that we may not be aware of. We are available to engage whenever you come across us or when you phone or email or do whatever. But we like meeting you in person, face to face. At least for now, there isn't too much. At least now there isn't too much COVID, and therefore we can meet from time to time. I did indicate we were hardly in Pretoria, we were all over instead of that. So WUAs are the language of the day. Transformation is the language of the day. Democratizing those is the language of the day. We need them because we see their role. They are on the ground. They have their ears on the ground, their feet on the ground, their eyes on the ground. They know what's happening over or in their areas about water. They feel when there's pain there of lack of equity. And therefore, they are the witnesses on the ground. And in that sense, they are our very, very reliable partners. And we know they have interest in terms of using that and so on. And we've seen the role of WUAs elsewhere, making sure that not only is there equity on the ground in terms of water use, but in terms of how they assist farming and food security in the process. We have had a meeting with Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform. We have agreed that we need to sign a memorandum of understanding, especially around all the canals in the country. That includes Falars, And that canal is a very important economic for the economies of that area up to Taung. Solar farmers, middle range farmers, fruits, and so on. So that we maintain that canal properly, but then extend it and maybe in some areas enlarge it so that people can get water and start farming as they may wish. But not only that, all over the country we have agreed to do that. We're very close to coming down to Jozini in the north of KZN to deal with that particular canal, because we have discussed that the Department of Agriculture owns the canal, but we own water and we own the dam, and we can't work like that. They can't run canal without us. We can't run water to the farmers in Makatini flats without, so we have to have a memorandum of understanding. So we're very much on the ground on these matters. Please engage us wherever we are. But let me warn, as I prepare to sit down, one, let me warn against resistance. There are people who are holding on the old dispensation, preventing other people from accessing water. It's illegal, unconstitutional, and it won't be tolerated on our side. Forthright. So no resistance, please. Number two, don't front. Some of you agree easily to fronting. You just stand there, your name, your ID, your everything, but you know that it's not you. You know it is not you. You know it is not you. So please resist from that, desist from that, move out of fronting, because it's upon that experiencing as we move on. The third one is let's stop being just casual on the water rights. It's as good as don't look aside when there is something that is a practice that you see is illegal and is depriving other people of water, and then you keep quiet. So these are the two issues that are very, very important to us, especially when we talk to the farming community like yourselves, especially the farmer organizations like yourselves. It's very important that we resonate on licenses and on transformation issues. But the last thing that I want to say is, well, there's a court case. A court case which has now moved to the Constitutional Court. Unfortunately, we had to make an appeal after the ruling because we were not satisfied with the ruling on by the lower courts. This is the issue of transfer of licenses, which relates to land and water rights. We don't want too huge a separation between the two, while we know land and water are different things, but we want to treat that as two sides of the same coin. Now, the argument is who has a right to do what? We think that this is rather a closer matter rather than an open matter to the third parties and all of that. But it has been argued in the Constitutional Court. We are awaiting the outcome of judgment as far as that is concerned. This matter was taken up by the WUAs. In reality, we were supposed to be working together and not be taking each other to court with the WUAs. But for some reason, down 2018, some people and some WUAs decided that the matter would rather be taken to court as a result of different interpretations. Had I been there at that time, I would have negotiated with them to say we are one sector, let's sit down. If we can't sit down in one boardroom, let's look for a tree somewhere and resolve our matters instead of going to court and wasting money and all of that. We could resolve. In future, this is the trend that we would want to take. Let's go and sit down. Let's find one another, with our lawyers, of course, advising us and so on, instead of just simply taking each other to court and all of that. Now, look, this is now in the Constitutional Court. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll await the outcome. We've established the independent economic regulator. Those of you who are saying there needs to be reform in terms of tariffs and so on, we have discouraged water boards, municipalities, we're trying to discourage them from just hiking tariffs every year. When they came to me this year, I said, this is the last time I sign a submission on tariffs just because it is another year. Just because it is another year. I now have said to them, including the Commission, the Water Research Commission, you now have to come and make a presentation why you want us to agree with you to raise the tariffs. Because the price of water has a major impact on availability of water to farmers, especially smaller farmers and medium farmers. And therefore, we have to treat that matter very sympathetically to allow more energy into farming and production rather than and employment, rather than on too expensive the tariffs. We will be working together with these people who are who have formed this entity that we called the regulator. Otherwise, other than that, we are on our way to establish the National Water Infrastructure Agency, which we have been directed by government to do. It will collapse TCTA into one entity to deal with mega projects on water, so that we continue to secure not only, us, not only at a national level, but also in provinces where we feel we have to come up with major schemes or major water projects. We will use them because they are able to raise some loans elsewhere, and we're hard at work on that. Each province at the moment has its own key scheme that we are working on. Those of you who come from the Eastern Cape, we are dealing with Umzimvubu. I know that's what people of the Eastern Cape want, while dealing with Gqeberha and so on. But we are on it. We were meeting for the last time with Minister of Finance to deal with that. And so we're all over. On the 27th, we will be in Limpopo to deal with the DURBAN scheme, taking water to Pulkwane and to farmers around Skukune and all of that. So we don't want to leave anyone behind. This is a very important theme as we build towards the World Conference in New York next year in March, which we regard as very important. So we would want to take South Africa forward with all of us, no one left behind. On that note, I thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Animphinda macingwane ngehlombe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister Mkhulu. It's so unfortunate that DM Skwatsha had to go, and yet we just needed to ask him 2 questions that you said I must ask him. But because in the House he's got the DDG present and the Chief Director present, we will therefore deal with it, because in any event, when we've asked the minister will have to take it to the office to be able to deal with that. Now, the old man is here, Tate Morole. 48 years farming without a lease agreement. It can't be, we need to use this as a test case. All that is asking for is a title deed. It can't take 48 years to process a title deed. Now the question is simple, because, and I want you to know, it's not one of those talk shows. We are going to take you to task on your phone. My question, DG, how long should this old man wait to get his license? Don't give me a sermon, I'm the preacher. I do sermons better. I just want to understand an undertaking in this auditorium. How long should the old man here wait to get the title deed? As soon as you have responded to that, it's not only him. All others are here. Some of them are not even looking for a title deed, but they are actually looking for the lease agreements. As the landlord, what are your responsibilities to the tenants in terms of looking after the land that you've leased them? Because the problem that they are faced with is you become a landlord that disappears. The day they sign the contract, you disappear until you are seen ukhongozela isandla ucela rental for something that you have not. If you're a landlord, it's your duty to take care of the property. You put the fence, it's your property. But for those who have managed, because they could not wait for the cattle that was eating the crop, those who have managed to therefore put the fencing, how are they going to be compensated? Because the situation that you guys must understand, we don't deal with you, we deal with the legal firms who are continuously harassing or want to take our members outside of those farms. In most cases, because some of you guys have got an interest, they want to push these farmers out there for the benefit of others. Those are the only one. If you can deal with that one, the rest is history. I know there are many questions. Ukhona umtshelile maqonda ugade lobuzo ukuthi ama license azotholakala nini. Now this I want to do a separate proposition. I want only 2, maybe 3 from each province whom we are going to assist. I don't want you to apply for yourself. You might miss other boxes and waste a lot of time in between that you did not put your address right, whatever the case might be. I want the provincial leadership to help you to compile properly what is required on the form. I will take the form personally to Macingwane. 3 times 9 is 27. No, that number is awkward. Times 9. 5 times 9. No, let's do 5 times 9, 45. I mean, I want 45 fully completed forms. And then we'll do a countdown based on what we agreed in this conference. So I want you to do that. But he mentioned other things, because one thing that maybe for me makes sense is to say it is not making a promise and yet it does not have a system to supply the promise. He said it's got institutions now which are ready to execute that. But the other thing that he spoke about, which is quite important, it's not only about the license, it's accessing to water. Because others, they don't even have license, but they don't have access to water. The other situation are the farmers whom the government bought farms from. Little did we know the excitement of getting a farm you thought you have achieved. And when you got there, you realize that you don't have license to use the water in that space. Because he gave you the land, but he kept the license. So the transformation in the water sector, it's amongst the area that we were talking about earlier, the issue of transformation in the land sector as well. So we want to adjourn for lunch, but I need, you see, ngizonikhuzeka. Ake nikhuzeke. Le ndaba ngikunika ithuba. Uqale phansi ulamente ngifuna mina umbuzo ucingwane ephuma oclear ukuthi I-conference yabalimi, what is it that they are looking for? So that they clearly define task azothi mayinikezela ama-DM uyazi ukuthi this is the question that he must respond to. Ngizothatha nje abangaki abathathu umthombeni bese engitshelela ukuthi uyafuna ningisize ngiphinde yeah, you are appointed, okay? Hey, I wonder as you raise two hands, ukuthi uphezwane. So you are the third one. So I've got 1, 2, 3. This side for now. I'm going to take 2 rounds. 1, 2, 3. I want to take 3 from this end. Going once. 1, 2. There's only 2 this side. So that makes 5. The next round I'm going to take 5. I've noted those 3 hands already there. Then we are going to be. Do me a favor, we're going for lunch. Get to the point so that we understand exactly what is it that you want to. Number 1, go.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Matingo, to present yourself and for the presentation. A few things that are of a bigger concern. Number 1, it's an issue of substandard material or the service provider, the job that they are doing. It is a great concern. I think we need to look at the quality of material that are used by your service providers in some water systems. It's a very crucial thing. The issue of water encashment system, as of now, is of a great concern. Val Dam was overflowing recently, but now we are sitting with the issue of water. I think it's time for the country to look into what can be done to build more dams. The issue of farmers who are crossing boundaries. We've got farms around the Rusty Venter who are crossing between Northwest, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. And for them to get attendance, it's a very big concern. I would like your office to look into these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matsiriso Moketsi. I'm a passionate farmer from Northern Cape, but I have a farm in Northwest Province. I did apply for water license. Yeah, I submitted an application in February already, and I was, posted from one pillar to the other until I got into my car, drove to Kimberley with my laptop and sat in front of the official there and told them that you are going to help me. I'm leaving this office, with my application complete, because it's like the electronic, application that it's so complicated. It's not easy to understand. Hence, I had to go personally. But coincidentally, when I'm sitting here an hour ago, I received a call from one of the officials. They are visiting our farm before the end of this of this month. So thank you, because I did put it to the minister that life is too short. We submit applications and leave this earth, still waiting for the application to be approved. But I'm grateful that my efforts, and the assistance of the minister, I don't know if he has already engaged them, but I'm grateful. When I'm seated here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 3.
Thank you, Mr. President, and all protocols acknowledged. My name is Stein Crew, and the princess next to me is Monique Damon. We are from Namaqualand. We are originally from the Nama tribe. Now, Mr. President, can you please put it on? My first question, or first questions will go to the Deputy President. On the screen at the back, you will see that I put on our map of our land. The one that has been encircled by yellow is currently the land that we own. It is 60,000 hectares big, and that land is currently lying in the trust by the minister. We are struggling to get funding to work that land due to the fact that that land is in the trust by the minister. So we need an endorsement letter from the minister so that we can use and work with Afasa, so that you can come and you can work with us, that we can develop that land, because there we can do everything. We can plant fruit trees, we can plant vegetables, we can put livestock on there, we can even do aquaculture next to that coast, because that coast is 65 kilometers long. Then the other part, the biggest part there, it is where we put in a land claim in 1998. And since till today, our land claim has just disappeared, because that piece of land is 3,000 hectares big. And you will see the orange mark that goes down there. It stands FC Kamagas. It is our traditional land that our ancestors have roamed there. They were, traditionally they were farmers that was roaming that land, nomads. Now that land have been estranged from us by mining companies like the Beers, and they are actually keeping that land to themselves. They don't allow us to come onto our own land. And our departments doesn't help us for 24 years since we have put in our claim for that area of that land. And it is from the one to the other one, and the minister doesn't come to Namaqualand. She only stops in Uppington. What is she going to do again on Wednesday? She will only go to Uppington. Now people, they put us in 1998 that we must make 3 decisions. One is to go for a CPA, the other one was to go for the municipality or other. Now, as we are traditionally being managed by our traditional council, we then choose our traditional council. Until today, they don't acknowledge our traditional council, and they just put their divisions in. So, my request is as follows. As Afasa, we must help us so that we can get our 3,000 hectares of land back in our name. Then the other request is, we want the minister to stop allocating permits and licenses to mining companies while there is a land claim against that property. Then, my third one on the land issue is then, we need an endorsement letter from the deputy today so that we can go to land bank and ask for funding on that land so that we can develop the land. and so that you guys can buy into us and work together with us. Bring your poultry farming, bring your trees, bring everything that we can work that land, that we can develop together as Afasa.
Thank you so much.
Mr. President, last one on the water issue. On that piece of land, there's 3 types of water. We have a pipeline that went from the Orange River down to Kleinseer over our land, but we are suffering from water. Then we have the Buffelsrivier River that have a lot of water underneath it. So we also need water permits to drill for water. Then we also have a mining shaft that have 200 million liters of water with copper sulfate that can also be exploited so that we can use that water and plant our trees and give our lands water. I thank you, Mr. President.
You, sir. Thank you so much. Where was number 4? No, 4 was this side.
This side, Chair.
No, not this side. I had 2 hands this side, 4 and 5. Then I was going to start from Middleton to this side. Just 3 this side, 2, then I come back there.
Thank you, Mr. President. To you, Minister, my name is Makumeres from Kimberley in the Northern Cape. I'm here standing and representing Platfontein, the Khoisan people. There is a serious language barrier in that area. They're sitting with 6,000 hectares of land, no water. They want to graze, they want to plant, but they've been trying for the longest time to have a license on water rights. And as we all know, in the new dispensation, that's what most white farmers did. They positioned themselves along the riverbank and had water licenses, which deprived the black farmers to even access water as we speak. So my plea is, if that can be fast-tracked and we're given at least a grace time of 30 days for these licenses to be processed, so that we can start farming and we can be able to make money and you know, get rich ourselves, and be the people that rent out to other farmers, like, you know, other black farmers like ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 5 at the back.
Siyabonga President, sanibona nenkonzweni yabalimi. President, ngizocala nje ngokudlulisa naku okuhlupha inhliziyo yami kwangathi ungamane i-leadership ingakuthathi kabi, kodwa sizilungise as an organization. Ngithande ukuthi asifile comfortable as i-conference. Singasabi uku-address ama-issues lesingawavisisi kahle. Maningi ama-question ebesinawo ku-Deputy Minister, kube okungenani before uMinister angena khuluma, nimane nasiphi ithuba sabuza uDeputy straight, but ngoba kunabo-DG, I'll go directly to them. Ngina 2 ama-question for abo-DG ku-land reform. I mean, ngina 1 ku-land reform, ngina 1 ku-water rights, straight. Kwa-land reform, sicela ukwazi ukuthi kungani kwabulawa ama-beneficiary selection committee and the DLRCs. Ngoba asisayiboni transparency in terms of ukunika ama-farms. Sesibona nje ukuthi kunomhlaba kuphi, sizwe bathi uthethwe ubani as an organization. And akungenzeki kithi lokho. To Minister of Water Affairs, since the announcement in 2021, how many farmers, black farmers in particular, or emerging farmers, esebawatholile ama water rights license. Ngiyabonga, President.
Thank you so much, sir. Siyabonga. Ngizocela ukuthi mhlambe before we take a second round, do I go for a second round, Macingwane, or you want to deal with this piece now, or give another set of 5? Another set of 5. Middleton, and that gentleman who had already stand up. There one, the lady with the cap there, the lady with the glasses here, and the man with the hat here. My eyes are there and I'm missing those who are here. You'll be the last one.
Good day, my Honorable President and the House. My name is Lucas Sebilibili. I'm from Bojanala, Northwest. The first question that I want to ask the Minister of Agriculture, I just want to know the criteria they are using to fund people, because there at Afasa Agm we've got an auction. That auction, people they used to come to us to sell the cattle. Secondly, when the forms, they issue the forms, we used to fill the forms properly, and the attachment, we don't get any funding. I just want to Afasa to intervene to this. Secondly, I just want to request Afasa to go to the Department of Agriculture of Moretele to take out that people who are working that side, because we don't feel them. They are doing nothing for us. So I'm requesting Afasa to show us his union. The last thing, the budget from the municipality, LED, the municipality LED, there is a budget there. That budget doesn't work to the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Middleton. Middleton. You're slow, Middleton. Let the lady speak. You'll then gonna speak after her.
Oh, thank you very much. Our president elected Izolo. Mbulele ama minister wethu akhona lapha and deputies kunye no DG. I'm so disappointed ke uba DM wethu Mr. Squatcher umkile. President apha ndimele our province Eastern Cape Women's Desk. I-problem kuthi ingamandla ngenxa yezinto zezi-farms. Another thing, kuba ke ngoku ODG belapha, because our problem Eastern Cape is more at the government officials. President kuba ubusowutshilo yesterday, what you've got 90 days for this meeting, and I believe in you. Sizosebenzisana nawe as a province and melanga mna as individual. Kuba ke nam, I was part of abantu apha. I've applied for the farm. I even went through the application to Land Bank to be assisted by EU government, but I've never got that. And ngoncedo lwakho ke President and your team as Afasa to follow up with government officials, especially in the Eastern Cape. It's worse ke abekho abethu apha. There's no HOD, there's no even MEC owethu apha obenokwazi ke maybe today akasimamele as farmers, especially women and the young women in the province. Sisengxakini enkulu, President, but you have promised us, and I am happy that you will help us. Water rights, the same thing, President. And ndiyavuyela into oyiphakamisileyo apha into uba you will follow up, and provinces must elect abantu abazasebenzisana nawe closely to do this application. Then uzokwazi to count your 90 days. We are here not ourselves, but we are also farmers, but for provinces. So we need to go back. That is why kubalulekile we are given a chance, because these chances are very rare to meet like this. Because we need to go back to our farmers, because we're elected by the province, not ourselves. So kufuneka when we go back and give a report, siyonika a best report that us as abantu bebenyuliwe, we are really, really happy, and we've got a confidence to the new leadership of Afasa. And izawusincedisa and sizawuphumelela. The last thing, President, I just want to mention, ndingayihluli. As a women's desk in the Eastern Cape, Tina, we had our footprint already. And we even have partners that are here. And I'm not sure whether they were mentioned, which is the Freshmark Systems. Freshmark Systems is one of technical partners in the Eastern Cape, which is, I'm proudly to say Apan Babonile as one of the sponsors to this conference, because I went to them as a women's desk in Doba Mabas assist to get into the value chain of agriculture. And they agreed, and they wanted to do partnership with us as Afasa in the Eastern Cape for fresh fruit and markets and all that, and they are here. So meaning that masingafakwa pool of table as if we don't know what we want as farmers. We know. The only thing, we are not given a chance to explore. So President, under your leadership, I trust you. You led us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to direct my question to the Minister of Water and Sanitation, all protocol observed. Minister, thanks for your open door policy. We have been engaging with you on an ongoing basis, and we want to continue. What I was wanting to ask you, Minister, you mentioned the fact that you are going to sign, or have you signed an agreement with Minister Togo Tedisa. I think it's important because your department, together with her department, are strategic departments for our development. And we need that agreement to be signed so that we can actively engage on that platform to assist in terms of how we want to take our people forward in that space of land and water and irrigation. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Middleton. Where was I? Before I go to the head, or head is the head, yeah, let me go to the head. Then Tate Mokhojane, you'll be the last. The head of the organization and the head of the family.
Yes, good afternoon or good day.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm worried, President, that you released Mcebisi here. I'm concerned because some of the questions I'm raising are strategic. Anyway, I'm told that is it the DG or somebody is here. Let me go to the question. I am Nweba. from the Northern Cape, Pixlekaseme region. I'm coming from the livestock, wool industry. I export wool. I've been around since 1983. My first question, it relates to government's international policies. With the trading partners. It's a matter of concern how they manage their policies with foreign countries. 3 months ago, we suffered a lot as farmers down on the ground. Suddenly, Europe took a decision to cut the demand on deciduous fruits that is produced, supplied by South Africa. And it's a matter of concern how they manage their relations with foreign countries. My second concern that I wanted Mcebisi to answer here. Why as government do they put their eggs in one basket? Traditionally, we used to export wool to Australia, as an example. For reasons known to them, we have a new partner, which is China. Can they consider diversifying market destinations? This is my second question. And the very last question, and I will sit down, Tempo. This last concern will affect actually Gwede, Mandashe, Togo. In the area where I come from, there are black farmers who own land, farms. But when it comes to where they're taking decisions, remember I'm also coming from the renewable energy area. When you talk about the solar panels, you talk about the wind turbines. That's the area I'm coming from. That's where they identify land for these areas. Why do they decide on white-owned land where these stations or solar panels should be placed? Leaving us behind, because in actually identifying a land for a wind turbine or for a solar, there is beneficiation in that. Why do all these identified only white farmers in Tempo? I wanted Mcebisi, Gwede. It's a pity that you released Mcebisi without consulting with us, because I wanted to ask Mcebisi the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I make this request? In the quest of your questioning, you know, as Africans, we are known for one thing. We are respectful people. Always put the prefix for anybody. Just put a prefix so that you give the honor that it deserves. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Minister, you recently embarked on roadshows. And amongst those roadshows in Northwest, you assured us that you are going to instruct each province to have a help desk on completion of the application form. I wish to take this opportunity to make you aware that I've made my research. That desk in my own beloved province does not exist. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And we need the licenses.
You know, there's one thing, okay, I just want them to respond. I think there are too many questions. We also have lunch, but I really understand your personal frustration because this is a moment that comes once in a while, and therefore you want to ventilate something. There's one thing that I want you to keep in mind as Mayor Moyo is coming up front. There's something that I want you to keep in mind that was raised by Minister Cele. Minister Cele said they are going to the conference in 90 days. And he challenged us to say, come, call Mbizo, and call all the relevant ministers so that you are able to articulate your things that you want to be articulated where they are going to meet. So I think if there's a task, remember, because this is what we are faced with here. When you ask this one minister, it slightly becomes the neighbor's agenda. When you deal with him, it's another one. Because there are two thin lines between them. So the best bet is to have them all on a one-day session to thresh issues that we are talking about as farmers. I thought you'll be here by now before the minister takes there. But it's up to you. If you, what time is it? I'm told the lunch is ready. But when you've got burning issues, the appetite disappears. What time is it? How much time do you? I just want to, again, so that I'm not in trouble again, the first mistake that I've done is to allow the minister, deputy minister, to go. Now, I don't want also to take your time with that. We probably need to agree that what time are we breaking for lunch so that we are able to do that. But remember, it's not only on us. It's about the people that have prepared the lunch. They've got other activities as well to deal with. DDG, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Sanbonan. Guthandi Moyo, I'm the DDG responsible for rural development, and I was supporting Deputy Minister Skwatsha on behalf of Minister. So I am going to try and respond to most of the questions that were raised. I do know that the ministry has got a relationship with Afasa executive, so some of the issues can be picked up in those bilaterals. Just the issue ka Babu Murebi, Deputy Minister Skwatsha has already indicated that we will pick up the issue of the lease is one of those farms that belong to the former homelands, and there are some legal issues, but we will engage directly in Babu Muremi and address the issue. On the question of the plus farms or farms, state farms that have been leased to farmers, and the lack of maintenance or development by the department, I can say that the branch that is dealing with land reform and redistribution have strengthened their property management section, which is meant to ensure that all those plus farms that have been leased, they deal with issues of basic infrastructure, water, debushing those farms, but also ensuring that you have energy. So the Deputy Director General responsible for that has strengthened his capacity to deal with that. On the issues of land development support, and the issues of farmer support, just to say, President, that agriculture and rural development is a concurrent function according to the Constitution. So every province has got an MEC and a HOD who are dealing with issues of farmer support. both your smallholder farmers as well as those that are supported through land development support for commercialization. So, President, I would want to encourage the provincial structures to engage directly with the provincial departments of agriculture. It's in those cases where you don't find joy that you can escalate to national office. We are here from rural development. As you would know, there is a district development model that brings all the departments together at district level. We have the same structures at provincial, and I think we can make the information available to Afasa to ensure that your own structures of Afasa on the ground participate in some of those engagements that are looking at different sectors. Agriculture is a critical pillar of a rural economy, and we do think that your participation is important in terms of driving policy, but driving where the programs and budget go to. There were issues raised of land claims that in the Northern Cape. I am available when I get off to get your details. I do know that the commission that deals with land rights, is having a backlog, but they are attending to the number of land claims that are there that were registered in 1998 before December. There's an issue raised on the beneficiary selection policy. Members would know that in 2020, the beneficiary selection policy was approved, and there was previously the committees that came from the farmers, which are not part of the policy. I think I'll pick up that complaint and raise it with the minister and the deputy minister, and let's see how it's done. I am not sure if members of Afasa made input, because that policy was gazetted for public comment. I would have thought you would have made your input on how you would want to shape that policy. On the issues of applying for farms, I think I would rather deal with that with the member that have raised it and see how far is your application, and I can raise that with my colleagues. The issue of partnership between the departments and Afasa, President, I still say it is very critical that you deal with issues acknowledging the context and the dynamics in that particular province to make sure that, because the issues in Northwest are not the same in Mpumalanga. The kind of commodities that you deal with in Free State are not the same as Gauteng. So it is important that you have those engagement at provincial level. Issues of trade, I think the speaker has gone into detail to indicate the need of the country to look at what the trade relations and how they impact on farmers. I think we will raise the issue. There are meetings that are taking place regularly between the Minister Titiza and Minister Patel and Minister of DERCO, Minister Pando. So we will raise the issue of diversification of markets and how access to markets, and we are also working with NAMAC, the National Agricultural Marketing Council, on how farmers can contribute in the Africa Free Trade Agreement. And I do think, President, that Afasa should look at how you participate and have your niche in that agreement. I think the issue of solar panel, it might be an issue that must be addressed under energy. I just wanted to indicate that when the Department of Energy identifies strategic land, that land does not necessarily mean it's owned by government. It could be strategic land identified for the various projects that might be owned by private sectors. Chairman, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just a short response. Minister Watu Uzokanda, desk Gwangama provinces. singenze research awekho. Impendulo, yes, we said that from February up to June this year, we were training staff in all the provinces to make sure that they are as efficient as we would want them. Iphelile ke lo training. Kufanele ukuthi not ukuthi kufanele sebephindele emuva kade sibalande kuma provinces irrelevant staff. Sekufanele siresponde ke manje ukuthi we are now ready to establish those desks for efficiency. It could be 1 or 2 people benzela ukuthi bakwazi ukulekelela ukuthi bagcwalise. Sibalekile kuleyo mpendulo. Silethanyana khona. Siyaxolisa kuleyo ndawo. Okwesibili, how many licenses have we done? Mhlawumbe ama officials aka DWS ma commissions azokwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo angiyiphethe impendulo. Kodwa into esingayisho ukuthi improvement ikhona ilako 80% iningi lama provinces. Kodwa khona ama provinces I mean I performance yoku process ama applications ngoba siqala bekune backlog eningi beko 30 40 50%, but manje on average we are at 80%, but there are about 4 provinces that are a little bit behind. We will pick up and go there. Last question, amadam mangaka amadam osuwakhile ngishilo bakwethu uthi ngifike ngo-August last year, but what is our plan? La KZN, we are at an advanced stage ukanda itam uthiwa umkhomazi. Kade indaba yakhona ingasaxoxwa sivusile manje sivumelana na wonke ama omasipala laba abakhulu soleThekwini ushonale neMaritzburg ukuthi no inkinga bezikhona zama off takes by omasipala sesilungisile. Skande steering committee sa negotiate kusula ngoJanuary up to July. We are now done. We are now sourcing funding to deal with Lelo Dam. But we are going to go to the north, upper and lower Tugela, upper and lower Umfolozi. Siyatingutsaka Dam studies and plans are being made. Amanye agu advanced stage, amanye sasalele emuva because indawo zakumtuba up to Nongoma, Ulundi, they have a problem, and then indawo zasemhlathuze uziyofika konkandla, there are problems there. We will do that. Up in the Free State, I spoke about phase 2. Phase 2. Umanje uMinister waseNamibia esesayinile no objection letter ukuthi siqala phase 2. So kwakhe idam lapha ngaphakathi eLesotho kanye netunnel, and then upper Harip will build another dam, and then le ezantsi la kuhlangana khona ngakubhoda yeNamibia bacela ukuthi sakhe idam sivumele ukuthi sokwakhe idam elingelikhulu kakhulu. So just there are 3 dams that are coming. Then Umzimvubu, I did say finally a day before, when was this? On Thursday, I went to a site, yes, Mzimvubu, landela nomgwaqo na yonke into. Kusasa I'm expecting good so when the Minister of Finance, a preferred bidder has been appointed. That has been decided on. We are now left with funding issues that we must discuss and finalize tomorrow. That will result into us building a dam there, Umzimvubu Dam. There's a dam, Upper Tsitsa, and then another dam, Lower Tsitsa. The rest are schemes, just main schemes. For instance, Iloscope, Tati Mutse, and then Temsiliani and JS Morocco and Pumalanga, and then Etiop, Skukuni up to Pulukwana, and then Skatela Leanto, Ea Salakdala, inandoni Tsame Dam kulethela abantu baseGiyani amanzi. At some point we'll be taking water from Flag Boshielo, Mkhalakwena, and then Polokwane, so that Polokwane is supplying two systems. Now, in the Free State, I've received a plan. We'll deal with that at some point to finalize our key scheme in Northwest. In the Western Cape, we're taking the wall up Clan Williams. We are starting in February next year. We're not building a dam, but we're raising a wall. And we're done with Brandflame, where we are honest, where we're raising the walls for farmers in that area. So it's either it's a scheme or in Northern Cape, Valhamachara, we're back with our partners there to ensure that that area will supply water to areas, but also up to the minings. I know Kuruman want very much water from Valhamachara, and we're dealing with that. So Gauteng is going to receive water from phase 2 of the Lesotho water, Highlands water scheme. So there's no province that we're leaving behind in terms of key schemes for security of water. Even Nomangaloni Dam, but there's a key scheme for bulk water, but in some cases it will be dams. With that, thank you very much. Mfisela deliberations ahambe kahle.
Thank you very much, Minister. We appreciate the words of response to many of the comments that we received, questions from our members. And we really hope to see the fruition of the discussions that have been discussed. And of course, we are looking forward to the time in December where we can actually take some of these forward. So for now, without further ado, it is lunchtime, and I'm sure we're all very hungry. If we could just follow the following instructions just to get a bit of order. Of course, I know we're all hungry. If the first 3 rows could please stand up right away and lead into the eating area, just to make sure that our guests are kind of accommodated first, and then the rest of us can then follow. The President has invited our minister and some few guests in the private lounge. Unfortunately, there's only space for 15, so they will be escorted as to who will be able to join there. Otherwise, we should be able to adjourn within an hour, President? Yeah. So we will start again at 3 o'clock. It is 2. We are running late, but that's what we will do now.
All right, thank you very much and good afternoon. Just a quick announcement. The VIP will be dished out on the right. There are 2 rooms. Delegates will go straight here, but VIP should use the exit door there at the back. Thank you so much.
this day will be a bit longer. May we be seated, colleagues.
meet the requirements of each region, each farmer, each crop, and the need for sustainability. To this, we apply our growing mark. With 4,000 surveys in more than 130 countries, ensuring farmers are advanced seed technology and driving great investments to innovative crop production. Local investment includes research facilities on farm with our domestic work and the launch of health assessment in countries. Advanced ingredients in farm test plant, testing and refinement in different biological zones to bring forth the best in-house products. During NC Plan, our policies and technology of farm crop protection, digital and agricultural solutions are all designed to optimize farmers' productivity, profitability, and sustainability. Because one being devoted to agriculture, we have a deeper understanding of farming, the needs of our farmers, and the country's need for farmers. This is what drives our research to find new avenues for sustainable growth. It is used for our state-of-the-art seed production technology on whole ground. Our project for promoting effective local food solutions to protect land and crops with care for the future. This is the world of Delta Inside. Growing progress and reaching lives now and for generations to come. Delta, keep growing. Delta is made for farmers, for growth. As a company solely focused on agriculture, we understand the impact of climatic and soil variety. We meet the requirements of each region, each farmer, each crop, and the need for sustainability. To this, we apply our global mark. With 4,000 surveys in more than 130 countries, ensuring farmers are advanced seed technology.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are informed that Isilo Samabandla has 2 representatives who have joined, and we need to welcome the 2 representatives from the Kingdom, KwaZulu. Secondly, we can clap hands. Let's do that. Secondly, we are also informed that Unkosi Uzondi wasempume kwa eMgungundlovu has joined. There are few changes on the program. The first part is that we are going to start with the interrogation of the South African agriculture policy on commercialization of black farmers in the past 10 years. That's the part we are going to start with, because there was a sincere request from the former statistician general that if we do not make such an amendment, we may end up losing on listening to the wisdom he so wishes to share with this conference. After that presentation, then we'll come back to the session that we are supposed to be having. There is just one technical issue that is holding us back. Otherwise, it is very good to have you as an audience seated in the manner you are. And if I was good in song, you would guess which language I would use. I was going to lead a song, and unfortunately, I'm not good in song. Okay. At this point in time, then I will allow Sis to take over.
Thank you again for coming back for the second session of today's proceedings. As my colleague has mentioned, we are going to ask Dr. Badi Lehohla, who is the former statistician general, to please join us in giving us the discussion around interrogation of the South African agricultural policy on commercialization of black farmers in the past 10 years. We need to hear what the lessons have been, and especially from elsewhere. And straight after that, we will be joined by the panel led by, which one? Ms. Bongiwe Mabasa. So please, can you get ready? You will go directly after that. Thank you, Dad.
Yes, no. No, thank you very much. She tells me that I don't have time. And because I don't have time, my presentation became very long because of lack of time. Let me make the first few remarks around commercialization. At all points in time, as I was statistician general, in fact from 95, there was always eagerness to try and measure agriculture, particularly the non-commercial one. And my plea was always, if you want to measure agriculture, you have to run an agricultural census, particularly that type of agriculture. From the beginnings of Bonging, Jobe, Big Man Marwa, and all the other DGs that joined, they came to my office and said, can we run an agricultural census? And I said, yes, of course. But each time you tried, there was no funding. So it's very difficult to understand how you commercialize when you do not know who you commercialize. So that's my experience up to this day. There hasn't been an agricultural census of all the sectors. The attempt made in 2010 census was to try and ask a few questions so that then we could run an agricultural census shortly after 2013. But then there was no money. So from 95 up to now, We actually, when we look at where people who produce food, who produce animals and the like, all 2-point-something million animals here in South Africa, you will not find any data on that. It's a very sad situation that we are going through. So we don't get surprised when we find that we don't have information on that. But we do have some information on commercial agriculture. In 2050, Africa will have will be 2.5 billion people. Every person on earth every other person on earth, every third person on earth will be African. And all those people will have to eat, do a number of things. Every second person will be a young person. Every second person on earth will be an African person. The question is, are we going to be importing food or are we going to be producing food? Are we going to do things that need to be done? I doubt if we will. My presentation talks about demographics, how do we earn or fail to earn a living, how are we poor, why are we poor, and what does Afasa do to catalyze the space. So the idea of interrogating commercialization, I think I've dealt with, that it can't be interrogated unless we have a baseline of who are those who are not commercial. That's the number of children that are born every year. Over there, that is the column that those who write matric, but those that go to grade 2, and then of course I have a column that shows the number of children that get born, which is almost 1 million. And every year these children go through school. For the next 16 years they'll go through school, but 850,000 of them will be lost to schooling before they write matric. So out of the 1.2 million children born every year, by the time they are 17 years old or 18 years old, only 600,000 of them will write matric, and only 150,000 of them will go with a decent pass. So our births and everything is wasteful because we lose 900,000 children every year. So the trouble that we see in South Africa, it's anchored in those kinds of problems. Whether it's care at home, whether it's care to school, whether it's care in schools, we lose 850,000 children every year. That's what is happening in the country, and that's what is troubling us. So that's what the numbers of schools. And of course, how can you expect these children to perform in a school when they have to cross rivers when they go to school? And they are in your environment, farming communities, and therefore Afasa and agriculture has a serious role to deal with this matter, because if we don't, by the time we have 2.5 billion Africans, only probably 200 million of them will be useful. The other 2.3 billion will be absolutely unuseful people. So the only sin that these children have caused is to ask that they want to go to school. We need to resolve this. And agriculture has to play a major role in resolving this. Komape died in a cesspit of shit in Limpopo. His only sin was to say he wanted to go to school. So these are the kinds of problems that we are facing. Obviously here it's what happens comparing whites and blacks. The tertiary level is the, I can't talk now. You see that's the graph for whites, 42 to 45% of them have tertiary education against 9 to 12% of blacks. Which one? Oh, this one, okay. Good, BDT. You see, that's whites and that's blacks. 9 to 12% in 2008, 9%, 12% by 2016. Whites are already there, 45, and this is Korea. And this is something else. In the same country. The difference is race. Now, if you look at unemployment, here, 46, 51%. Oh, all right. So you see, these levels of unemployment are not completely unsustainable. So When you try and grow your crops, these people will come and steal your crops, or not steal, but appropriate it, you know. They'll come and expropriate it. So we have a very serious problem from food to everything. Unless we solve these problems and understand the policies that we design and how we solve these problems, we are not going to go very far. Even the commercialization, that's why I dealt with that commercialization project with one sentence. Because the tasks are much heavier here when you look at employment. And then, of course, agriculture. If you look at agriculture contribution in terms of employment, it employs 5.6%, 750,000. And in terms of its contribution to the GDP, it comes at about 2.7%. So in terms of the national product, agriculture contributes 2.7%. So when you go and look for how you develop it, they say, but you contribute very little, 2.7%. We can always import breasts, we can always import eggs, we can always, because we contribute very little. Until COVID hit and nothing moved, then we knew that if you don't produce, and if we don't understand that when it comes to food, it's a national security issue. You've got to produce your own food. And if we are not measuring those people that produce agriculture, be it subsistence or otherwise, and we don't understand that sector, when things like COVID come, which will come again and again, then we are in real trouble. I mean, the economy of South Africa has been in doldrums for a very long period of time. This is since 1994. We had the RDP, we had GIA, we had Asgisa, and then we saw some real growth there. And then we had the 2008 crisis, and then we had the National Growth Path, and then we had the NDP, and now we have a whole plethora of other things. But the performance of the economy has been, since 2010, has been, you can see how it lead, and we are in COVID now. So if you are thinking about what our promise to Madiba has been in terms of real growth per capita, in South Africa, here is where we are as South Africa in terms of real growth per capita. It has been less than 1%. In other countries, it is pumping at double digits like China and so on. In South Africa, every year, real growth per capita, GDP per capita has been 1%, against a population that actually is not going to be very productive, given that the level of education is so challenged. So you are dealing with this one gives me sleepless nights. I don't know whether policymakers ever have a look at this slide or this data. It gives me sleepless nights. When I was growing up, when we didn't have milk at home and the cat had given kittens, when the cat is hungry, it starts eating the kittens. South Africa is like that cat that has started eating its kittens. And that is not changing. This is data of Q2 of 2008. Yes, 2008. This light blue here is 2008. This part here, this light blue. And this side is 2008 for the employed. And this side we have the age groups 15 to 24, 25 to 34, 35, 45, 55. Now, when we look at the youth, the 15 to 24, in 2008, this was the number that was employed, about 1.7, 1.8 million. By 2018, this was the number that was employed. It had declined. The cat has started eating its kittens. For those who are 25 to 34, the number remained almost the same. Only in the 35 to 44 and there has been growth. This side, the mother cat has started eating the kittens. And this is where you see the unemployment growing this side. That's the dark blue is growing unemployment. So this started then. It's not a matter of COVID. And then it actually accelerated. You can see here, 15 to 24, that gap has increased there. it was 4.8 million employed. Now by this period, 2022, this was the number that was employed, 4.4 million, drop of 400,000, and a drop of 1 million children here. If a young person in South Africa gets born and looks at this, and they are voting on their feet, they actually don't see a future in this country. This is what the reality about us is. And of course, we can go into skills here. Here you are looking at whites there, you can't see them, Indians here, colors here, and blacks down here. You can see the numbers here. They mean very little until I press this button to give you the numbers and their population, the population group by age and where they are employed in skilled employment. This is 1994. This blue is 1994. Skilled employment as a proportion of each population. You see very few here, percentage-wise, amongst the blacks and coloreds. A lot amongst whites, 45, 50% amongst Indians. Moving forward to 2016, you can see how the post-independent, post-apartheid South Africa opened the space for whites and Indians. Here is how it opened the space for blacks, post-independence, and for coloreds. What is worse and very painful is this group, 25 to 34. Pre-independence, during apartheid, this number was about 17%. Post-apartheid, that number has shrunk to 14%. So the 25 to 34 lost their proportionate share over the period. Those who are 25 to 34. So the situation is very desperate. And fast forward to 2017, we see the same kind of picture. And then we go to 2020, and you see the same kind of picture. Stagnation here amongst blacks right through that period, and growth amongst whites and Indians. This is the challenge that you have as Afasa. Now, I'll try and move forward. I mean, unemployment is a core driver of poverty. You can see that here over a period of time. Unemployment as a driver of poverty actually is so high, it goes up to 52%. You combine it with years of schooling that are limited, you are actually explaining a 70-80% of South Africa's problem. Years of schooling and unemployment. I see that my colleagues, and then when you look at the youth, and educational attainment is 35, adult unemployment and not in employment or not in education, 70% of the South African youth problems are explained by those three challenges. So South Africa's chronic crisis of low economic growth, high unemployment, high poverty, and high inequality chases us to this day. And that chronic crisis, in part, we have had so many things that we call plans. The 9-point plan, the NDP, the NGP, the ASGISA, and now I don't know, it's called 14-point plan, the other one is Tumamina, the other one is called all kinds of things. For sure, if you have purpose, intention and intentionality are two different things. Intention is a dream, I intend. But when you are intentional, you become active in the things that you do. You are farmers. You know you'll have to water, you'll have to do everything, including praying for rain. But because you are intentional, you do all things that are necessary. In government, where we are, where I've been, I've always argued that there's no planning in this country because there's no intentionality. It's just intention. There's no action, concerted action, to say these things will do. We are talking about master plans. I want to ask any one of you on those master plans, what will they deliver and how will we know that they have delivered? You ask that question, everybody, including the minister, they look up that way and say, long story. You need evidence. You need evidence of the path you have to walk. That's what is called a plan, not the NDP. The NDP is 360 pages. South Africa will be this, will be that. When you think about the path, there's no path that tells you how you get there. None. even when it's crafted. You go and look at the Treasury document that was presenting the finance. On that page, it says by 2026, unemployment will be 38%, growth will be 1.6%. And parliamentarians rise and applaud that, saying we are giving you in 2026, 5 years from now, unemployment of 38% and growth of 1.6%. We have to ask the question, is that the growth and unemployment rate we desire? No. So what are the alternatives? So there is no system that discusses and negotiates policy in this country. For that reason, that's why we are stuck where we are. So all the time is a diversity, diversity in council, unity in command. In South Africa, we are stuck in this describing phenomena, diagnosing it, but we are not predictive or prescriptive because you don't have instruments of prediction and instruments of prescription. And then adaptation. So that's why we stay here comfortably. So I think I'll just go quickly now and move and say, you see, the Asian Chinese 2000, they said, use the heavy to shoot at the light. And they used the term, the ever-green, ever-normal granary, which is the ever-normal granary. It was always full, and it meant agriculture. The Chinese should never get hungry. King Moshoeshoe of Lesotho is the inventor of sisiu. After the cannibals ate his grandfather, he realized that there was trouble. So let me go just quickly. These graphs, you know, this is where you are as farming. But I want to move very quickly to what the future beholds for you. And here is because you talked about, and these are the commodities. This is a report of Stats SA. But what is important, I think, is this, that if we were to grow, and I'll pass this, we need, this is the share of Africa. And in there is somewhere where is South Africa in this. This is the share of Africa, that's the share of China, that's the share of the US. And then South Africa is somewhere around there. And if we have to grow in these GDPs of the world, there are things we have to do. And in that GDPs of the world, we have to deal with our price level indices. South Africa, this is the price level index compared to the price level index of Egypt. And compared to, that's the price level of Egypt, which is low, and the price level of Nigeria for growth. We need to do that. This is competitive. We have to deal with the price level indices. We got to deal with our own relative work on the continent. This is a map of commodities, and here we are talking about cereals. And this is the work that statisticians of the world do handle, producing through international comparisons, product lists, and their relative prices. That's why there's price level index. Here, and as I conclude, here, this is cereals, the price of bread. In Lesotho, the price of bread is very cheap because people prepare their bread. They grow it and prepare it. So is the case in Swaziland. Here in Angola and Namibia, here it's Ghana, and here it's Cote d'Ivoire, and here is Nigeria. But you see, once you speak French here, the price of bread actually goes down. When you speak English, the price of bread goes higher. Now, this is Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. There's only a boundary here. They are the same people. So colonization has a very significant impact on how Africa functions, including on commodities. So we have all types of cereals, we have all types of products. Here we are looking at non-alcoholic beverages, and we look at price levels of SADC as a region and so on. So in order to understand how you regionalize, you got to understand the price levels. So if we take part in the continent, we got to regionalize on the basis of commodities. So your discussion around commodities yesterday is so crucial. She wants to kick me off, and I'll allow her to kick me off. I had a lot to say, but let me say the following then finally, that if we think about the topic of how you commercialize, you can't discuss that commercialization because you do not know who are non-commercial agriculture practices in the country, because that has never been undertaken as a census. And that's dereliction of duty by government not to understand something so important as agriculture. And I'm telling you that they've come to my office and said we can run it, and then the treasury guys would not ever give you money to run that thing. So you'll never understand that fact of what happens. The second that we need to look at as Afasa as a building block, we need to think really about all these challenges that face South Africa, particularly of young people, who 800,000 of them are wasted every year. How do we contribute to solving that? Finally, in participation through the products on the continent, we need to understand this data. What do Africans produce and what it is that they eat? Al-Mazrui says Africans produce what they don't consume and consume what they don't produce. This data tells you that story. I'll tell you a lot about China in relation to the ICP, but thank you very much. I have to go and catch a flight.
Thank you very much, Ntate. Really good points over there. And I think for me, the one thing that sticks more than anything else is the fact that what he's talking about is really going to affect our young people for the future, and that's really the most glaring, obvious issue there. And of course, if nothing happens today, we definitely are going to have our young people suffer in the future. Without further ado, if I could please call the next panel. This panel will be reviewing the land and water reform strategies in the last 10 years and what needs to be done. Oh, sorry, thank you.
Just a listening device.
If we could have the following panel members to please join us. Professor Bongani Ngube, Dr. Keith Middleton, who's a farmer, Anwar Madnapal, SAFDA, a working restitution model. Thank you very much. Our panelists, our panel moderator isn't here, but yet we do have a question that we would like you all to briefly touch on. With the context of the review of land and water reform strategies that have been taken in the past 10 years and what needs to be done, could you summarize in your own opinion what we heard this morning from the ministers? If you could literally touch on what they did present and how you feel that it's going to help us going forward and currently. Thank you.
You can start with me. Thank you, Nono, and to delegates. If you can just put up my presentation there, please. So,
Is that the right presentation?
yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Here's your clicker.
Which one?
That's a forward, backwards,
Okay.
and then
Thank you.
point.
Thank you. So, in terms of responding to the question Nono posed, I'm going to give you a case study of a restitution project and use that to draw upon experiences and give some recommendation as to what we think should be happening in the land reform general, but in restitution, and give some practical ideas around it as to what we need to be doing. So SAFTA
became involved in the land reform space, when we saw the study by SASA, the South African Sugar Association, they did a study on land reform in the industry. And what we found out is that over 70% of that land that has been transferred in the sugar sector is actually in the form of JVs or leased back to former landowners. We then, with our SAFTA team, convened an Mbizo in Mpumalanga to delve a little bit more into detail as to what it means in that province. We found out that many of those joint ventures were significantly in debt. I'm not sure what the debt levels are now, but they are in debt. We found out that many of the farms that were transferred were actually marginalized farms on the periphery, bordering communal areas, and in our industry furthest from the mill. So we coined this term as a second wave of dispossession. And I'm sure the practice is similar in other parts of the country, in where land is restituted, but the particular models adopted that seem to have gained prominence around leasebacks, around joint ventures, and so forth. And there's nothing wrong with joint ventures. It's just that our community is really involved in management and decision making. It leaves much to be told. We therefore, as SAFTA, said, let us try and change this narrative. But let's try and change that narrative by example. Let's see how we work in that space at a project level and see how we can start to influence policy in that particular area. So we're fortunate to be invited by claimants in Malmut, over 800 claimants for 4 different restitution projects, to work with them around presenting a very different model as to how they run their post-settlement arrangements after restoration of land. This is the sort of hectares we're talking about. There are 6,500 hectares in total restituted, and over 3,000 hectares of that, 4,000 hectares is highly productive land, sugarcane, avocados, and timber. Right? That's what constitutes, and it drives the economy of Malmut, by the way. This is the largest agricultural operation outside of timber run by Mondi and Sape in that region. So the former landowners presented a model before we got there, or during our process of saying, okay, if our land is restored, and that land restoration was around 840 million rand, close to R1 billion restored for that land. The former landowners then said, well, we'd give you a 35-year lease, but in terms of forming a new joint venture, we would like to go into a 30-70 split. We keep 30%, 70% of the revenue, and you keep 30, right? And there were some other development finance opportunities linked to it. We presented a model that says, we coined it transitional co-management. And it's a specific, and it's a deliberate way in which we coined it to say, well, we'd like
Apologies. I'm taking advantage that Anwar is presenting a SAFTA proposal. And as SAFTA, sitting down here, I'm feeling very uncomfortable that we're going ahead with our program. And yet the president did promise us that we will revisit yesterday's discussions. And I'm sitting down here and I'm boiling now. I can't even engage on this project, on this presentation here, when we are sitting here as commodities, and yet we don't know whether we are part of Afasa. And I cannot continue to prostitute myself. I'm sorry, I'm going to just lay bare, man. I can't. If Afasa is to be serious about whether we continue and save Afasa, including commodity organizations. I cannot continue to extort our value of the organization. Sitting down here, I'd rather have Anwar go and do some other work out there and get my team and go to do some other work. We asked the president this morning, we shouldn't even be sitting in this discussion without addressing our issues. And yesterday you continued, the AGM continued as if all is well. We're paying 375,000 for membership here as organizations, as commodity organizations. Our members are asking us what is our value proposition. And we are not even involved in the NEC. Yesterday we wrote a letter, we were ignored. I'm standing here to command ISAFTA team in Amanju, would Anna stop this thing? If we are not being addressed about this matter, it stops here and now and we go. I'm sick of it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Uxolo Baba Dlodlo. Okay, Baba Mthembu, I just want to say thank you.
Their hands.
Oh, okay.
Apologies, Mama.
Okay.
I think it would be so unfair to you that as you are talking, their hands. So if you don't mind, please. Baba, please.
Good afternoon, delegates. I think I just want to apologize for what has just happened. And we didn't anticipate this, and this was our program that we have planned with SAFDA. SAFDA was part and parcel of this. Mammoth Caucasian, you can see, everywhere where you see Afasa, it's SAFDA. But unfortunately, we don't know where things went wrong. But I'll appeal to the delegation to proceed with the program, and we will deal with our politics outside this. But we can't put this conference at ransom by one commodity or by commodities. I'm saying, even if we can make a noise.
Uphuma uyochama nje. Uyafika. Indlu sibheke phezulu. Bogade isikhathi sokuchama. Okay. We were finalizing upstairs some other important things, but in terms of, I don't know what has transpired, but in terms of what we had agreed that we were going to finish the presentation, then thereafter we're going to continue where we left off in terms of the issues in the AGM that were not finalized. But now I don't know, Guti, because for me that was important. There were just quite fundamental issues that yesterday were raised, which I then make a commitment this morning that we are going to be dealing with those issues, because they are describing a new vision and a new way in which Afasa will be moving henceforth. And I don't know what has. I just left when the statistician was presenting. I was hoping that when he gets back, I was going to tell you how we are now going to because remember, we're supposed to have commission, so that instead of commission, we deal with the issues which are quite critical. One of that issue that is important is the triangle that we spoke about. That is an organization, having looked back into the 10th year period, there are things that it cannot be business as usual, that we must be dealing with them differently. And one of those things is that is the formation that each member in this organization will need to affiliate into a commodity so that you are able to harness the interest that is there. So that was going to be the discussion, which in the engagement with the commodities, I did realize that there seemed to be a gray area which needed us to be able to engage further on that one. So I'm a bit puzzled. I don't know what happened, but the house is on fire. Come quickly with the fire extinguisher. And I'm trying to see the fire. I can't see fire here. But be that as it may, remember one thing and keep this thing in your head. It's not about us. It's about the people that you are representing. And every time, in spite of how we get into certain discomfort, always keep that in mind, that this mission is not about us, but it is to make sure that the people that we are representing are there. And don't worry, I will engage my commodity. This is my commodity in the province. And it's a very strategic commodity, because for you to be in a sweet spirit is because you have eaten the sweet stuff. So I just wanted to see, because in terms of the program, the space that I thought we were going to suspend is a space of commission. I've noted your hand. It's a space of commission whereby we're going to engage on the issues that were left hanging yesterday, so that by the time we go back to our respective places, we are able to do so. Now, that is what I wanted to find out as to where did the screw came out of the wheel, so that you are able to correct that. And remember, more than ever, we need each one and everyone for this journey to be a success. Whatever that Peter was saying here in my absence, I don't know what he said, but what I can tell you, he does not have a mandate to say anything, because I'm the person elected. The authority is with me. Probably whilst he was trying with his fire extinguisher, I don't want to get involved into whatever ideas or anything that is indicated. The importance for me is I need each and every one of you. And if there was a problem, we must solve that problem. I wanted to find out because I thought we were going to finish. I thought after the statistician, there was going to be a last session. Then from there, whatever that I was trying to begin now to deal with, we're going to deal with that one. Where are we now?
We were over here. So, but then Anwar was about to present, and he said he won't present because his chairman said he mustn't present. So we've got the other two panelists to continue.
Okay. Do me a favor. I just want these panelists here, because the issue of water is critical. I just want them to, so that we conclude this session. When we have concluded this session, then the session that I discussed with the commodities this morning will be the session thereafter. If we can agree, because I need them to conclude that, because it's not like, what will not be important is when people are talking things that are not relevant to us, wasting our time. What your members would want to hear when you get home is what is the direction on the issue of water. They would not want to hear the significance is water that they need in their farms. What did the minister say? What are the challenges? What are the proposed solutions? If we may just conclude this session, After this session, we'll go into our internal session whereby we will allow our visitors and guests to go prepare themselves for the gala dinner whilst we thresh out internal stuff. Then from there, we shall conclude the subject. Over to you, Program Director. Just finish. I've noted your hand. Just finish this one so that you are able to proceed from there. Thank you, sir.
Nkosi Baba Umthembu. Mama, I think at this point in time you can take to the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, everyone. I was getting worried ukuthi being the only woman ozokhuluma phambili yonke into isisima yo. But I'm so glad ukuthi Ubaba Mthembu has allowed us to come back. I just want to say thank you, Afasa, for giving me this opportunity. I am Bongani Ncube, Bongani, a female. I'm from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. I work there as a research chair, but also as a lecturer. Our research chair is on governance and economics of water and sanitation sector institutions. So when we talk about water and sanitation sector institutions, we are talking about Department of Water and Sanitation all the way down to the local institution. So I stand here to say we are entering into that space of looking at what is it that is making institutions not work, focusing on capacity building and everything else. But today here, I'm coming here to respond to some of the things that were said this morning. So let me start by talking about the water allocation reform, which I didn't hear being mentioned this morning. Its objectives were for redress in inequalities, particularly for the historically disadvantaged. People were supposed to participate. It was supposed to reduce poverty, and we were supposed to meet certain targets. It is around that time, 2014, where, as we were doing other research, looking at drought and indigenous knowledge, the moment we interviewed farmers, all that they talked about was water, access to water. We don't have access to water. So we set out to find out what could be happening in the system. Why is, after all these targets and everything that was set up, why are things not working? We realized that the resources to implement whatever was agreed on in the water allocation reform, they were not there. There were not adequate resources. And what do we mean by that? The catchment managers that were supposed to run with those programs, they were not set up. Even up to this time, we still have only 2. Some are being constituted now. We are hoping that the process that is taking place now, we will end up with the institutions that are being planned and they will work for everyone. The second thing was, we find that the issue of existing lawful use is actually one of the things that is hampering access to water. So we talk about this, that unless something is done about existing lawful use, about managing it, we are going to continue having problems. And we also have issues of human capacity. I think you heard about this afternoon, Etienne. They are now employing people into permanent positions. That was one of the big challenges that we find as researchers. As long as at the top things are not working, they are not going to work at the bottom, because we need people who are working in those spaces. And then we keep saying South Africa is a water scarce country. Some catchments are already fully allocated, the Western Cape, for example. So when we talk about giving access to water for imaging farmers, in some cases we are talking about water that is not there. So the question now is, what are some of those mechanisms that the government needs to implement to make sure that water is available for the imaging farmers. There was issues around alien clearing, there were issues about water donations and things like that, but that is not enough. I think there are bigger or more appropriate mechanisms of making sure that water is available. And of course, we've talked about the water use license. During that time, it was taking up to 300 days for the license to be approved. We are glad it has reduced to 90, and we are hoping that it will achieve the objectives of that more people will have access to water. And when we talk about the water use license, are we giving priority to imaging farmers, to small-scale farmers? And of course, the Water Use Association is a local institution that is supposed to implement or to run at the local level. We've been doing research with Babu Middleton in the last few months, which we just finished recently. We found a lot of issues when it comes to the transformation. The biggest one is social dynamics, issues of trust. So, yes, we talk about we need to transform this, we need to do this, but the people, the institutions that are doing that, there is no trust among them. So in many places, it hasn't worked because there's just no trust. It's not going to work. Even when the institution is created, there's still issues of people don't trust each other. What do we need to do for us to work on that? Then, of course, there was the issue of land and water allocation go together. That is definitely true. In research that we did in Baridal, we asked farmers, because we went there talking about water, how do you participate in water allocation and things like that. They said, wait a minute, before you talk about water, the issue is how do we access land? So land is a big issue. Water is an enabler. So if we are serious about getting people out of poverty, we need to give them land that is productive, and we need to give them water. But those two only will not get us out of poverty. So the one thing that is critical that all of us here need to think about is how do we equip ourselves to be farmers? And who do we want to equip to be farmers? I think I like the fact that I've seen Afasa youth. Please, my dear, I think most of the farmers here are my age. Let's invest in our children. We are doing our bit at universities, but when they get out and there is no land, there's no access to land, there's no access to water, they quickly go into other fields. I think the statistics that we saw here, they are scary as far as I'm concerned. And how are we going to deal with it? One thing is we need to make our children self-employed. How do we do that? We need to fit them, to find policies and strategies that will make sure that our children participate into farming in a meaningful way that is going to make them productive. So, yes, we've talked about land, agriculture, water this morning, but the critical thing is how do we realign that water, land, and agriculture policies empower communities? I think empowerment is the word. How do we make them work for the people? We need to prioritize the institutions. We need to make sure there is financial and human capacity. I think one of the big challenges is you've got agriculture, you've got land, you've got water. All of them have policies to support the imaging farmer. That is what we found when we started. And then when we sat with those organizations in one room and said, so, you support farmers, you support farmers, you support farmers, how do you support them? They were all supporting them with bits and pieces. I don't think farmers need bits and pieces. Farmers need real support. If these institutions, these ministries could pool their resources and set up real priorities, I think will probably make a difference. And coming back to water user associations, the issue of membership diversity, as they are still dominated by white farmers, and where water user associations are being led by black farmers, they quickly fall because there's no funding to run them. So infrastructure, financial sustainability should be priorities when we talk about water user associations. So we have developed some processes on how the government can set up a transformation charter that every water user association that is formed deals with membership issues, deals with governance, management, there's skills development, there's employment, there's procurement processes are set up properly, there's socio-economic development, access to water, which is the main thing why the water user associations are formed, happens. So our thinking as researchers is if some of these big things, some of these issues are addressed, we will make a difference. But then as I end, I just want to come back to one thing that I haven't heard anything about it. It's what happens during disasters, during drought, during floods, particularly drought. I think a lot of farmers here would tell us about stories about 2015 to 2018, how help came too late for them. One thing that we've been talking about is that maybe there's something needs to be done about how our declaration process of disasters and how our priorities. And I heard a lot about probably there's a need to decentralize the process of how drought is managed for. It's fine because maybe there's no drought now, but when a drought hits, we find ourselves back into that cycle where we have to wait for help, which comes 6 months, 9 months down the line when you are left with 2 cows or 1 goat because they've died because of drought. So that is one other area that I just want to mention that we've been talking about. I have already said something about youth participation. I think let's empower our youth. Let's empower our children to be the farmers of tomorrow. I think somebody already said that when we are doing this, let's think about the future. I think for us to get out of poverty, we need to invest now and invest in our children. With those few words, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you for that. And we are going to take the second input, then we take it from there. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon to all. I'm wanting to confine my discussion to agrarian and water reform and look at what happened in the last 10 years and also give a synopsis of what should and where should we go from here. But I'm going to specifically zoom into the water sector and how it affects you and I as Black people. When I was appointed in my portfolio as the chairperson of the National Water Committee of Afasa, my first line of call was, what happened to the 12,000 hectares of water rights that was allocated for Black farmer development 26 years ago? And how come the water hasn't been taken up? And if it has been taken up, where are the Black farmers that have been developed with this water? I traveled the length and breadth of the 3 provinces, the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, and the Free State. And I could not find one commercial Black farmer out of the 12,000 hectares that was allocated. I then said, can Waterfairs give me a report of the terms and conditions under which that water was allocated? And when we look, we see that once again, we were used as fronting. I think the minister mentioned it early on. And workers' trusts were put in place, and that water was applied for by the commercial sector. After all these years, I'm afraid to tell you, audience, dear farmers, we haven't moved in that area. We now have 19,450 additional hectares of water rights that was now announced in the Agricultural Master Plan. And I went back to the department and I said, listen, unless we've learned from the lessons of the 12,000, we are going to be making the same mistakes. So let's review the 12,000. Let's look and see. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow farmers, our government has failed us in many ways. Corruption is rife in these in departments that's supposed to be supporting us. Norma Ngwenya, a researcher, a fellow farmer, a master's student in agronomy, wrote an article a few days ago in Food for Mzansi, and she looked at the last 10 years of development of black farmers, and it was frightening. You know, when Paddy Lechotla also spoke about the stats, it's frightening. We are sitting in a country where, as Mem said earlier on, our children's future is at stake. Our youth is at stake. We get into a stage now where we're old. And I want to say that, you know, we've been called so much for the last few years, emerging farmers, beginner farmers, small-scale farmers. Yeah, that's where people wanted to stay, small scale. Beginner for 20, Tata Marula, Gideon, for all the years. You know, you got to understand, if we want to compete with our counterparts, these are third and fourth generation farmers, right? Here we are trying to etch a living out of primary production, yet there's tertiary and what do you call it? You get primary, then you get secondary and tertiary levels within the farming sectors. Here we're battling to survive as small-scale farmers, commercialization of black farmers. It's a travesty. It's a shame on our government. But we want to take it further as Afasa, because we said, unless we take back our power, and unless we have a clearly defined goals and visions in terms of what we want. So we've got a clear list of what we want government to do in terms of the empowerment of black farmers within the irrigation space. Remember, traditionally, we as black people are stock farmers, traditionally, all right? But I want you to understand, guys, the money is in the irrigation sector. That's where the money is. Big, big money. And still, there's more money in the seed companies and the tractors and all that. So we need to broaden our horizons. We need to start thinking. We need to really look and say, how are we going to occupy the space? Not per se farming, but the industry of agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, as our president said, if we want a different result, our inputs got to be different. We've got various companies or various entities that have been formed to assist us as black people in terms of development. And there are some successes, But everything is happening at a snail's pace, even government programs. Government programs, I don't know about you, but just sharing from the audience, people are saying, I applied for funding, I applied for land, I applied for water, and it's either it's late or it's not forthcoming. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now revived Afasa. We've got a clear plan of action as to what we want. We're going to strategize and say when we want it and how we want things to be unpacked. And we're going to be going to this government and saying, listen, there's our list. Whether you want to call it a list of demands or whatever, but we are saying these are the time frames we want these things as well in. And we are going to drive that process. Because as Afasa, we need to be very strategic in what we're doing. We need to be very focused in what we're doing. Because without the focus and the strategy and the policy review and the new policy development, we're getting nowhere as farmers. And while the commodity associations then grab hold of the balls and the nuts and help to put the farmers in the right frame of mind and space in terms of mastering your craft of farming, we will deal with the strategic issues at a higher level with government. I asked the minister a very simple question. Minister said at the water summit, he invited Togo there as well, and they agreed in that summit that they will sign a MOU. And I deliberately asked the minister, did he sign that MOU with Togo? Because that's crucial in terms of these two departments. Let me explain to you, water is not just freely available. Guys think water is available within a catchment area. But then we've got water. This 19,000 hectares of water I'm telling you about, it's available within catchment areas. But where's the land? Who does the land belong to in that catchment areas? The land belongs to the commercial guys. That's who it belongs to. We haven't taken the hardcore approach. And it's about time. As emotive as it is, the land issue, if we don't deal with the land issue is going to deal with us, unfortunately. And I'm saying, 20 odd years into democracy, come on, it's about time we dealt with these issues effectively. And I want to say to the commercial sector, in all these years since democracy, there hasn't been a genuine, from my side, I haven't seen it. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I haven't seen a genuine coming together and saying, listen guys, we really need to talk and we need to transform effectively, and we need to empower black people responsibly, and also we need to bring more people into the space of agriculture. If there is, and if there was, we wouldn't be sitting here still in a survival mentality. And I want to put that challenge out to the commercial sector. I've spoken to quite a few of them, and I said, guys, let's be genuine about this thing, because it's not going to work. Our water that has been allocated to us, even the development water, is being exploited. And there's serious cases here where even our youth are involved in fronting with the commercial sector, because bashoti mali. At the end of the day, balambile, abantu balambile. And we cannot afford that to happen anymore. That's why we are saying to the minister, if we're putting deals together with the commercial sector, you're going to put the deals right from the beginning. This whole thing of capture, water capture, it's got to come to an end. We want to build the country, and we've got to build it right. If you're not going to do that, I want to stop with those words. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the two panelists for doing an incredible job. I am very convinced that to a larger degree, they responded to the presentations that were made earlier, amplifying a number of issues that need to be looked at going forward. At this point, taking cue from the president of Afasa, I would request that we take coffee and tea, then Afasa leadership will provide direction on the next course of action. Since the president is here, let me relinquish all the power to where it belongs.
Man, you've done well. You are relinquished indeed. Thank you so much. I'm not sure, was the water done? But I'm still thirsty. Now, we are proceeding with what we started yesterday. And the comrades that have left the house will be joining us back. So at this point in time, I will request all our guests and visitors to go get their three-piece suit, their tuxedos. We will be meeting for gala dinner. We just want to finalize tiny details of structuring within an organization. And we want to apologize once again for the disruptions that took place earlier. It wasn't intended to be a display of dirty linen to the public, but some misunderstanding there and there. So I would therefore give you 5 minutes for those who are. We are meeting at 19 hours, 7 o'clock is the gala dinner. Remember, this is a celebration. We are celebrating 10 years. So at night, we are going to be dancing, celebrating. It's a good spirit. So put those flat shoes, get ready for the dance floor. All others are released, but please, members of Afasa from different provinces, just remain here. We won't even take 30, 40 minutes because it's issues that we have dealt with. It's a question of just putting them into finality. So all our guests are excused. Including my wife and my children. I know at home we are one, but here we are 3.